WGN-TV sports presentation.
Well, yesterday, this will tell you how it... And this gentleman reflects, I think, if you're watching it, all that could tell a story. A picture's worth 50,000 words. But that was yesterday. And today's a new day. And today the Cubs have Greg Maddux going to the hill. And so do the Expos have their best, Ken Hill. And it should be a dandy ball game. Stay with us for all the exciting action as the Cubs entertain the Montreal Expos.
Chicago Cubs baseball on Channel 9. The Cubs are brought to you by Michelob Golden Draft. Look for Bud Summer game details at participating retailers. By True Value. Got a tough job to do? You can do it with True Value hardware stores. Buick and your better Buick dealers. Depend on their cars. Rely on their service. By United. Chicago's hometown airline is proud to be the official airline of the Chicago Cubs. By your local 76 dealers who invite you to go with the spirit of 76. Pepsi-Cola, gotta have it. And by the Chicago Tribune. Get in the game. Get a Tribune.
Again, everybody, Harry Caray with Steve Stone at Wrigley Field, where the Cubs will try to even up the series with the Montreal Expos. As a matter of fact, the two teams are tied now. The Expos have won 5, and the Cubs have won 5 over the course of the year.
And this is a great matchup of pitchers because Greg Maddux is the Cubs' best, and Ken Hill is the Expos' best. He's 13-5 this year, and since coming over from St. Louis, he's established himself as one of the best right-handers in the National League. Greg Maddux, as you know, has been one of the best right-handers in the National League for some time. So, Harry, I look for a low-scoring game.
Yeah, I am, too. This should be a dandy. You know, yesterday's game, those things happen during the course of a baseball season. But it's kind of funny that ever since Pittsburgh lost 3 in a row here, they've taken it out on everybody they played. They won again in 16 innings from the Mets last night.
I think that's what makes it so frustrating for Jim Lefebvre and the Cubs. The fact is they've played pretty good baseball since the All-Star break, and yet they keep losing a game every other day to Pittsburgh. But when you win 11 straight, you can understand where you put some distance between you and everybody else in the division. Montreal hanging tough, and now the Cubs are 5 games in back of Montreal in the fight for second place. They've got to catch them before they can worry about Pittsburgh.
I'm just wondering, how much do you think that 4-game winning streak here at home had to do with the Mets' crippled ball club, and how much had to do with the improvement in the Cubs' play all year long?
Well, I think the Cubs played the Mets pretty tough, Harry. Obviously, the Mets yesterday played Pittsburgh pretty tough because it took them 16 innings to finally beat that Met ball club. So although they are crippled, they're still a pretty decent team, and you've got to beat the also-rans in this division as well as the good teams to even have a thought of winning the division.
I think it's amazing the job that Philippe Alou has done with these Expos. So there's no change in personnel, one iota. The same ball club that the previous manager, Tom Reynolds, had going for him. But Philippe takes over, and all of a sudden they win.
It's the young ball players that have matured. Philippe Alou was the first man to say that Delino DeShields and Larry Walker, Marquise Grissom just are getting more mature with every passing day. And that's the heart and soul of this team. And if they keep performing, they're going to be in pretty good shape.
All right, Wayne Messmer will have the national anthem of both countries. Hello again, everybody. Harry Caray with Steve Stone and Tom Brenneman. The first pitch today was thrown out by Mark Mewison. The Expos lineup is as follows. DeShields at second. Grissom in center, Alou in left. Walker in right, Fletcher catching, Wallach at first. Barbary playing third. Cordero is short. And Ken Hill, who's won 13 and lost 5, will be on the hill. Pepsi presents the Cubs defensive alignment, which consists of Derek May in left, Doug DeCenzo in center, Andre Dawson in right, Steve Buechele at third, Ray Sanchez at short, Ryan Sandberg at second, and Mark Grace at first. Rick Wilkins catching, and Greg Maddux, who has won 14 and lost 9, will be the pitcher. The umpires, Charlie Williams behind the plate, Gary Davis at first, Doug Harvey at second, and Ed Rapuano is at third. A delightful day for baseball. Delightfully cool, 80 degrees, a wonderful breeze blowing, and let's hope that if we have a lopsided game like yesterday, that this time it will be in the Cubs' favor.
Well, maybe divine intervention today might be the keynote for the Cubs as Greg Maddux goes to the mound for his 25th start of the year. His second against the Expos. Lifetime against Montreal, he's 9-8. The ERA 2.76. And pretty much how he fares against the Shields and Grissom is going to determine how he fares against the Expos today. Keep them off base, he's got a pretty good shot.
The Shields 2 out of 5 yesterday. Takes the first pitch in there. Game officially starts at 1:24. 1 strike and nothing. He was going to bunt, pitch inside, evens it up a ball and a strike.
That's something the Shields really hasn't learned a lot about yet, and that's bunting the ball. Greg Maddux, first in the National League in batting average against, under 200.
Fastball a little bit outside. 2 balls and the strike. Cubs trying to even up the series. Ball 3 low. You know, Maddux has already won 14 games this season. With his next win, he'll become the 10th Cubs pitcher in history. There's a drive foul. During the 20th century, to have at least 5 consecutive 15 victories or more years, and only the second since the 1930s. What a beautiful afternoon. What a great postcard that would make. And why not? This is, I guess, as lovely a city as there is in the world. The Shields 3-2. Line drive. Nice catch by Mark Grace. Grace leaped to his right. Glove-handed the Shields line drive.
Well, there's one half of the dynamic duo that's out in the first inning. The Shields hits this ball hard, but Mark Grace right there. Now, yesterday, these two men had 5 hits between them. And if you can keep them off base, you can hold down this offense. And the Cubs probably looking at a low-scoring game with Ken Hill on the mound.
Now Grissom, who had a big day, 3 out of 4 yesterday, takes the strike. Boy, listen, these old-time pitchers who've had 5 years or better of 15 victories or more a year. Mordecai Three-Finger Brown, 8 years.
How'd he do it with 3 fingers, Harry?
That's what made him effective.
Probably had a good changeup,
Yeah.
huh?
Or a slip-away pitch. Here's the pitch foul into the stand. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ed Rubach, Hippo Vaughn, Grover Cleveland Alexander, Guy Bush, Pat Malone, Charlie Root, Lon Warnke, Ferguson Jenkins, 6 in a row. Now, mind you, all these guys had to be older than 26 years old. Greg Maddux, if he does it this year, and he's a cinch, barring, I won't even think about it, even mention it. Here's the pitch. A high drive hit deep center field. DeCenzo makes the catch. Boy, oh boy, he turned around at the right time on that one.
Wind is blowing across toward the right field corner. It held up this ball in center field. Now watch DeCenzo. He turns, and realizes he's got to just hold his ground as the ball drifts right to him. So the ball was hit well, but it was hit into the wind. And Doug DeCenzo gets a pretty good break and then comes back and makes the play easily.
2 out, nobody on. Here's Moises Alou, the son of the great manager of the Expos. 5 homers. Fouls the pitch off. 0-2. Alou is batting .292. He's very fast, got a great arm, and he's a good hitter. And boy, that's quite a defensive outfield they present with Alou, Grissom, and Larry Walker in right. Pitch outside. Wilkins went to his knees.
Alou was a first-round draft choice of the Pittsburgh Pirates, the second player chosen overall in the January 1986 draft. But he came over to the Expos August 8th of 1990 in the Zane Smith deal. Turned out to be a good trade for both clubs.
Now the pitch, a little bit outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Boy, those Pirates. Amazing.
Anytime you go 16 innings on the road, Harry, and win the ball game, you'd have to say you're doing a lot of things right. And the Pirates are doing that these days.
Swung, and he struck him out. Alou goes down swinging. We go in the bottom of the first, no score. Harry Caray back at Wrigley Field. Pepsi presents the Cubs starting lineup, which is DeCenzo in center, Sandberg at second, Grace at first. Dawson to right, May and left, Wilkins catching. Buechele at third, Sanchez the shortstop, Greg Maddux pitching in the defensive alignment for the Expos. Alou, Grissom, and Walker as good an outfield as there is in baseball. Barbary, Cordero, DeShields, and Wallach around the infield. Fletcher catching, Hill pitching. And we're ready to go. There's young Ken Hill, 25 years old, out of Massachusetts. He was traded by the Cardinals, much to their regret. First pitch to DeCenzo in there, a strike call.
Ken Hill has an overpowering fastball. It's timed anywhere between 92 and 95 miles an hour. Then he throws a great split finger, and that's thrown about 82 to 84 miles an hour. And it's got good movement.
You know, they say that the guys who throw the best split fingers are the guys who can throw it hard.
Well, it can be 2 different pitches, Harry. It can be used as a changeup, or it can be used as a strikeout pitch, and that's how Ken Hill uses it, because he throws it harder than most folks.
The pitch. Struck him out. Boy, that didn't take long. 3 pitches, and you're out. And he hasn't swung at one yet.
Ken Hill last year started 30 times for the St. Louis Cardinals. He was 11-10. He didn't complete a game. This year he's completed 2, both shutouts, and he's just throwing the ball unbelievably well.
One out. Here's Sandberg hitting .296. Had 1 out of 3 yesterday. DeCenzo was 0 for 5 yesterday. Boy, he came a little bit from the side on that pitch.
There you look at the career numbers against the Expos, and Sandberg has had a pretty good run at it.
Boy, on that outside corner, and the count is evened up. Good young pitcher, Ken Hill.
Hill was originally signed as a non-drafted free agent by the Detroit Tigers, and it's hard to believe that this man wasn't drafted.
Swung, and he missed the breaking ball.
That's a little slider that he uses to go with the split finger in the fastball. Interesting story about the trade. It wasn't Ken Hill that the Expos wanted. They wanted Riel Cormier. St. Louis said, no, you can't have Cormier. Take Hill. All he's done is set his career high in wins, and he's become the ace of this Expos staff.
That proves that the Expos are just as wrong as the Cardinals.
Well, sometimes the deals you make aren't the deals you want, and they turn out best.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball. Great stop. Barbary fed. It's going to be too late. And that's what running speed will do for you. Barbary made a fine diving stop, scrambled to his feet, threw perfectly, but Sandberg running hard all the way and with speed beat it out.
Barbary's had an excellent defensive series. Here's a split finger away from Sandberg. Looks to be in the hole, but Barbary cuts it off. He's got a strong arm, but not quite strong enough. Is Sandberg able to beat it by a half step at first? Call by Jerry Davis, and Ken Hill needn't worry about a no-hitter today.
There's Mark Grace hitting .318 for the year. He had 1 out of 2 yesterday. Sandberg and Grace each has driven in 56 runs. Are tied for the team lead with Andre Dawson. Only one back with 55. As a matter of fact, those 3 men have driven in about 1/2 of all the runs that the Cubs have driven in this year.
Ken Hill has won 8 out of his last 9, including 7 in a row before he was interrupted by Philadelphia on August 1st.
A little bit outside.
That's what happened early in the season, as Ken Hill wasn't winning because Montreal wasn't scoring, but he wasn't giving up any runs early. And he's pretty much kept it up throughout the year. He's been very, very consistent.
Swung and he missed. Had a good cut. Ken Hill, formerly of the St. Louis Cardinals. 1 ball, 1 strike. Throw over there. The Expos have 6 rookies on their active roster. Bouncing ball to Shield. Force play at second. He's still out, though. The shortstop Cordero dropped the ball in the process of beginning to throw to first base. A good call by Doug Harvey because the force out had already been executed.
Lino DeShields getting the ball to Cordero, and Sandberg doing a good job of trying to break it up. And as Cordero tries to avoid the sliding Sandberg, the ball pops out. Now the force is made there, and on the way to make the throw, the ball bounds away. You can see the emphatic call by Doug Harvey.
Here's Dawson with a runner at first, 2 out. Swung, they missed the breaking ball. The wind is blowing out of the west, so it's blowing straight towards the right field stands. 2 out, Grace at first. No score. We're in the bottom of the first. Go to first, runner back. There's the strike call. 0-2 the count.
Hill is going to throw a lot of ground balls because just about everything he throws sinks. He's got a good fastball. The split finger goes straight down, and that slider has a little downward rotation on it.
He's allowed 11 home runs this year, so they hit the long ball off of him. 0-2 the count. Andre Dawson. He's had 1 home run during his career against Hill. He struck him out on a wide-breaking curveball. And Dawson looked bad on that pitch. 1 hit and 1 left. At the end of 1, no score. Harry Caray back at the ballpark. Larry Walker with a count of strike 1. That evens it. 1 ball and a strike. And Mrs. Elko celebrating her 100th birthday here today. 1 ball, 1 strike. Base hit, left field. Larry Walker, who was 1 out of 6 yesterday while his teammates are pounding out some 18 hits or so. Line to signal left for the first Expo hit today.
That's what separates Larry Walker from a lot of young power hitters who just think about pulling the ball. Walker will take what the pitcher gives him, and he knows that Maddox is going to try to stay away with that sinker, so he just poked it into left field.
Darren Fletcher, born in Elmhurst, lives in Fithian. He had 2 out of 4 yesterday.
Fletcher's grounded into 5 double plays, and Walker can run. Good hit-and-run situation.
Runner back. Lee and Jane Urey celebrating their 50th anniversary. They're from San Antonio, Texas, and they're friends of Yosh Kawano. Strike call. Paul Schupner from Maple Park celebrating a birthday here today.
Felipe Alou describes himself as a very aggressive manager because he was an aggressive player. And he says that he likes to run as much as anybody, and he's got some guys on this team that will run in a hit-and-run situation that nobody expects.
Double play ball. Out at second base. Out at first base. And Fletcher is grounded into a double play. 4-6-3 with grace. Coming up with Sanchez's low throw.
Not many shortstops come across the bag any better than Ray Sanchez. He's able to really push himself off the bag and make it difficult to take him out of the play. See Larry Walker trying to do it, and Carex donates $100 to Cubs Care for this snappy 4-6-3. For the 6th time this year, Darren Fletcher grounds into the double play.
Here now is Tim Wallach, who loves to hit in this ballpark. Hit a homer yesterday, his 6th of the year. Ground ball up the middle. Sanchez over. Nice play. Throws him out. Boy, that kid is a fine ball player. 1 hit, nobody left. We're going to bottom in the 2nd, no score. Harry Caray and Steve Stone as we go into the bottom of the 2nd with no score. Remember, tickets are available now for all remaining games on this homestand. The final game of this series, and then there's a 4-game series with Houston coming up next. Here's May. A little bit low and outside. Derek has really improved considerably, both defensively and offensively. He's hitting .270. The easiest way for fans to secure tickets are to call 312-831-CUBS, C-U-B-S. Line drive base hit for Derek May. And Derek is on there.
What I like about Derek May now is that when he's in the hitting situation at 2-0 and 3-1, in years past, he would just float the ball out to left and left center field. Billy Williams has got him convinced that when you've got the pitcher in a hole, that's when you have to swing more aggressively. There was an example of it. He had a 2-0 count. He knows Hill's coming with a fastball, and he drilled it with authority into right field. And before long, he's going to start taking those out of the park.
Here now is Wilkins as the pinch hitter, like May, who had 1 out of 1 yesterday. He had 1 out of 1, fouls off the first pitch. Wilkins batting .308. 4 homers, 11 RBI. Wilkins batting against Hill for the first time. For the first runner back.
Ken Hill does have 9 wild pitches this year, and a lot of his split fingers wind up in the dirt. So the Cubs are going to have to be heads up.
Plum had a good cut, fouled it back. Hill broke in with Castonia first 2 years. Then he went to Arkansas and St. Petersburg. In '88, he found himself with the Cardinals, where he won none, lost one. He was with Louisville and St. Louis the next season. Likewise in '90. Fouled it out of play. Last year he had his best year. He won 11, lost 10 for the Cardinals, with a 3.57 earned run average. 0-2 the count. Bottom of the second. Stroud came out on the forkball. Strikeout number 3. One away. Here's Buechele. He's 0 for 4 yesterday. Hill is from Lynn, Massachusetts, where he's a 3-sport star: baseball, basketball, soccer. There's Buechele taking a strike. And Ken Hill's favorite athlete is Michael Jordan. High pop foul out of play. I wonder how many others would give you the same answer if you asked them who their favorite athlete was. I'm sure it'd be universal. Michael Jordan, who's captured the fancy of every sports fan in the world. 1 out, 1 on. Buechele. Swung, and he made him look bad on a curveball. Wow. 2 away. And here is Sanchez. That's 4 strikeouts already for Hill.
Last year, Hill struck out 121 men in 180 innings. And this year, he's on a pace to far surpass that. He's struck out 102 men already. He still has 11 or 12 starts to go.
Prior to this year, 9 strikeouts in a game were his high. Here's Sanchez. Runner back. Pairing of a couple fine pitchers tomorrow, too. Nabholz for the Expos, Morgan for the Cubs. There they are. Tomorrow's starting pitchers. There he goes. Here's the peg. And he is in there safely, a stolen base for Derek May, his 3rd of the year.
It's a pretty good idea by Jim Lefevre. The reason is if you get Derek May thrown out, then you lead off next inning with Sanchez instead of Maddox. So he gambles, and Derek May in. He's now 3 out of 5 in the stolen base department. It's a pretty good throw by Fletcher, but not good enough to get Derek May.
Now a base hit will put the Cubs ahead. Sanchez has driven in 18 runs, hitting .249. There's a drive in a left field going to be caught. Alou is there, and he has it. Sanchez fly to Alou. 1 man left. At the end of 2, there is no score. And Steve Stone back at Wrigley Field as Brett Barbary will lead it off. No score at the end of 2. Prior to this year, Ken Hill's high in strikeouts was 9 in the game. He did that twice. But this year he's already fanned 10 in a single game. So now his career high is 10. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swung, fouled it back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Charlie Williams working the plate today.
Brett Barbary is not the prototype third baseman in that he doesn't have a lot of power, but he's a scrappy little guy who has a very good on-base percentage, and the Expos like that about him.
2 balls, 2 strikes, leading off here in the top of the third.
Barbary, despite a .241 batting average, has a .372 on-base percentage, so he will take a base on balls.
Struck him out. Barbary goes down swinging. Strikeout number 2 for Maddox.
Good curveball by Maddox. Not only the location, but the velocity of this pitch fools Barbary, and he goes down on strikes.
So Maddox with 2 strikeouts. Hill now with 4. Here's Will Cordero, the 20-year-old shortstop of the Expos. They're very high on this boy. A little bit low outside, ball 1. Cordero won't be 21 until October.
Spike Owen aggravated a hamstring that kept him on the shelf for a while, and so Cordero forced into action. And for a 20-year-old in a pennant race, it's a tall order.
A little bit inside. The Pirates lead Montreal by 3.5. And they're 8.5 right now ahead of the Cubs.
Cordero 6'2", 185 pounds, and he'll fill out some more. He's got good size for a shortstop, and he's out of Mayaguez, Puerto Rico.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Set come out over the outside corner. Strikeout number 3 for Maddox. In the American League, Oakland has increased its lead to 3 over Minnesota and 10 over the White Sox, Texas being 12.5 back. Toronto knocked off Baltimore last night, now lead by 3 games. 5.5 ahead of Milwaukee, who's still in that race.
Kenny Hill, one of the best hitting pitchers in the National League, so Maddox has got to be careful.
Fastball is high. Hill is hitting .244 with 1 home run. 4 runs batted in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ground ball. Up with it. Sanchez throws him out. We go in the bottom of the third, no score. Steve Stone with Tom Brenneman, who'll be with us at the end of the 1/2 inning. Let's pause here for station identification.
This is WGN-TV Chicago, America's #1 sports station.
Greg Maddox will lead it off. Maddox hitting .141. He's had 1 homer, 2 though, and 5 RBIs. There's a drive in the center field. Oh, it's going to be caught. Grissom, playing him very shallow, came in for a well-hit line drive.
Cub fans, come out early on weekends and night games and see some of Chicago's best live musical entertainment as the Cubs present live at Wrigley Field. Thursday, it's Kevin Purcell and the Nightburners at 6:20 p.m. live at Wrigley Field.
1 out. And here's DeCenzo. Called out on 3 pitches in the first inning. One man away, nobody on, no score. Beautiful day in Chicago. Here's a pitch low. I thought after that 11-0 debacle yesterday, the Cubs might fall out of first place in team pitching, but they still #1. There's a drive. Right field, fair ball. He's on his way to second base. Watch his throw. He's in there safely with a double. Doug DeCenzo now running to first base. He had to alter his stride to be sure he touched the bag.
Senzo can pull the ball on occasion, especially when you try to get the fastball inside, and you have got to hustle on Larry Walker, who's got a fine arm. So Doug, with his 9th double of the year, coasts into second base, and the Cubs have a man in scoring position.
And here is Sandberg, who got a hit his first time up. The outfield straight away, a shade maybe towards left field. Marquis Grissom, their fine center fielder, a step towards left. A high pop fly will be caught. Larry Walker. So Sandberg flies to Walker and right. And here's Grace. Grace 2 out of 2 for the year against the pitching of Ken Hill going into this game. He bounced out his first time up.
Cub fans, subscribe to Vineline, the official newspaper of the Cubs, and get a limited edition collector's print of the 28 greatest Cub players of all time. For subscription information, call 312-404-CUBS.
Here's Mark Grace. Outfield straight away. DeCenzo a good lead. Ground ball foul. Like DeCenzo, he's trying to pull that pitch. Turned on it, but fouled it off. Mike Morgan will pitch tomorrow, going for his 11th victory of the year. The other half of the Las Vegas connection. Greg Maddux and Mike Morgan. They've really put Valley High School of Las Vegas on the map. Base hit! Watch DeCenzo. And Walker has trouble picking the ball up. 1-0. The Cubs lead. Grace has taken over the team lead in RBIs with 57.
Mark Grace in an RBI spot in the batting order and an RBI spot in the game. Drives this split finger into right field. Looked like there was going to be a play at the plate, but Larry Walker bobbles the ball. And so it goes as an RBI. The Cubs go on top. And it's a good man to get a lead when you've got Greg Maddux on the mound, especially against a tough opponent, if you can get on the board early.
Here's Dawson now, fanned his first time up. 1-0 in favor of the Cubs. The outfield straight away. Dawson 0 for 5 in the series. Swung and he fouled it back. Boy, he had a good rip of that pitch. The Cubs are out in front, 1-0. There's beautiful Wrigley Field, and it never looked more beautiful than it does on this sun-kissed afternoon in Chicago. He half swings and he fouls it off. He wanted to check his swing, but he tipped the ball foul.
Henry Dawson has to be careful with Ken Hill because Hill fanned him on a sweeping breaking ball back in the first inning. It was about 1.5 feet, 2 feet outside, and he's liable to go back out there again well ahead of Dawson 0-2. Bear in mind, Hill has thrown the 9 wild pitches, and anything in the dirt, Grace will be going.
There's a fly ball. It's going to be caught. Walker's there. So the Cubs score 1 run on 2 hits, 1 left. Harry Caray from Wrigley Field. We're at the end of 3. The Cubs lead 1-0.
To the middle, Rhino couldn't get his glove on it. That'll be an infield single. And hi again, everybody. Back with Steve Stone. I'm Tom Brenneman at Wrigley Field. It's a 1-0 Cubs lead. And as we expected with Kenny Hill against Greg Maddux, it's been a pitcher's duel thus far.
And this bow tie Tuesday with the Cubs at 9-4. They tried to get Tommy to wear one of these, a splendid tie sent in by one of the fans, but so far he's sticking with the one that he tied himself.
Well, that's the key, Stoney. Once you go through all the labor of learning to tie one of these, you may as well stick with it. And here's a look at how DeShields opened up the Montreal 4th inning. You have to keep an eye on Delino over at first base. He and the man at the plate, Marquise Grissom. A dangerous combination when either one or even both are aboard. DeShields 40 steals. He's been thrown out 14 times, but Wilkins right now is throwing as well as any catcher in baseball. Threw out 5 in a row in a series over New York.
Last year, DeShields swiped 56 bases. Grissom 76. Grissom had a much better percentage than DeShields, but DeShields been working long and hard with Tommy Harper, the first base coach, and he has really gotten his percentage up there.
There he goes, and a pitch taken high. Throw to second, and he is safe at second base. Throw is in the dirt. Sanchez had to come up on the ball, and even if he hangs on, it looked as though DeShields would have his 41st steal.
Well, this is what a base runner does to a good throwing catcher. He puts a lot of pressure on him, and perhaps you don't get off as good a throw as you'd like. So DeShields in easily, and that's the tying run at second base.
Grissom fly to center field his first time up. Maddux has allowed 2 base hits. He's not walked a man while fanning 3. Cubs are leading 1-0. We're in the top of the 4th. One and one to Marquise Grissom.
You got to be careful with DeShields because he will take off and try to steal third. So Maddux will have to take a couple of looks back to second, vary his time on his delivery home, and still try to keep most of his concentration on Marquise Grissom, who is a quality hitter.
Sandberg close to the bag at second, keeping Delino near as he can. 1-1 pitch, and it's bunted into the air, and Wilkins won't be able to get to it. Fine effort by the Cubs catcher.
Rick Wilkins gets a hand from the crowd. They appreciate that kind of an effort. Wilkins could not locate the ball right away. You see it right here. He doesn't know where it is. Finally locating it and stumbling just a bit before coming up short.
Montreal beginning play today. 9 games over 500. 3.5 behind the streaking Pirates. Jim Leland's team has won 11 in a row. Cubs are a game under 500 and 8.5 back. Still 1-2.
Maddux could use a strikeout here as Grissom thinking about trying to hit the ball to the right side. And there's the stolen base leaders. It's all Montreal so far, but Ray Langford also having a pretty good year in the stolen base department, followed by Finley and Roberts.
1-2 to Grissom with DeShields a tying run at second base. Well, what a difference, Stoney, a year makes for the Montreal Expos. After 113 games a season ago compared to the 113 played this year, it is like night and day. And a swing and a miss by Grissom. Maddux got the strikeout he was looking for. That's his 4th of the game.
Wilkins sets up inside, and Maddux throws that tailing fastball right where he wanted it. And here's the battle and the thought process between pitcher and hitter. Maddux knows Grissom's going to be trying to take this ball to the right side. He set him up away, came back inside, and tied up Grissom, and got a big strikeout.
DeShields, a tying run, it's still at second base, and here is the manager's son, Moise Alou.
That's what you were talking about, Tom. You can tell things a little hotter these days in Montreal than they were last year at this time.
DeShields going to break for third. Sanchez will play to first for the second out. So now the tying run 90 feet away, but 2 away in the inning.
The whole inning sets up differently, Tom, because as Felipe Alou certainly knows, because he's familiar with how to play winning baseball, if Grissom does get the job done, if he hits the ball to the right side and moves up DeShields, then Jim Lefebvre has a choice. He can stay back with the infield. That would have scored the run. If he comes in with the infield, might be a different at-bat for Alou. This way, without moving DeShields over, the infield stays back. They get him out easily, and now Maddox an out away from getting out of this inning.
Expos have 2 base hits, one by DeShields and the other by the fellow who settles in at the plate, Larry Walker.
As you saw by the graphic just put up, last year the Expos 21 games back at this point of the season. This year 3.5 back, and things are getting exciting in Montreal.
2 balls and no strikes now to the leading RBI man on this Montreal club, Larry Walker.
Sean Dunstan's been taking some infield practice. Shouldn't be long before he starts to swing the bat.
Runner at third, 2 away, and a good pickup by Rick Wilkins. DeShields with that kind of speed. If it only gets about 5, 6, 7 feet away from Wilkins, DeShields will score.
That's why there's a lot of pressure on Wilkins right here. Mike Harkey looking on. I don't blame Maddox for being careful with Walker.
He walked him on 4 pitches.
Well, you know, Tom, Arnie Harris and I have been taking umbrage at the fact that you think on our off days, mostly at home, that we are off doing something that's really enjoyable instead of trying to broaden our education. Later on, we're going to show you, quite coincidentally, something that was uncovered just a little bit earlier.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to see this. Were you guys out early this morning shooting some kind of
No, this was something hidden.
Hidden. Yeah.
This was
hidden from mankind because it more than likely never happened.
In the archives. Spent a great deal of time digging this up.
Runners on the corners in this 1-0 Cub lead in the 4th inning. 2 down. And 1-0 to Darren Fletcher. It goes to 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, it's one thing to pitch around Walker, and he's obviously the dangerous man in this scenario. But after putting him on first, now you've got to really bear down against Darren Fletcher. He was hitting just .234, but a left-hand hitter in a tough spot for Maddox.
Fletcher bounced into a double play in the Montreal 2nd inning. He has knocked in a total of 15 runs this year, and as you see, he has not had a whole lot of success back in his days with Philadelphia. Now on with the Expos against Cubs pitching. Well, the Cubs will entertain Houston Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Montreal, on the other hand, will return home to begin a 10-day, 9-game homestand. It will not be easy. St. Louis comes to town, and then the teams with the best records in the National League, Atlanta and Cincinnati, back-to-back. DeShields at third, Walker at first. And it's 2-2 now on Fletcher.
Although Gary Carter hits right-handed, I think Greg Maddox might be happy that he's not facing Carter today. Although Fletcher does hit left-handed, Gary Carter hitting .429 lifetime against Maddox. And although Carter's not swinging the bat very well at this point, usually when you have a pitcher's number, you always do some damage against him. But Carter safely on the bench today.
2-2 pitch. Here goes Walker down the right field line, but it's hooked foul.
Walker got a running jump that time against Greg Maddox, who was paying attention to Darren Fletcher, pretty much conceding second base. He can throw a pretty good sinker away right here and take something off at the Fletcher. I think he can get him. Let's see what Wilkins calls and where Maddox throws it.
Runners on the corners. Here's the 2-2. He missed inside, and Walker will go uncontestedly down to second base with his 11th steal of the year in 17 tries. So now 2 runners in scoring position. A 3-2 count coming to Fletcher. Big pitch for Greg Maddox, trying to hold on to a 1-0 lead. And it's into right center, a base hit. DeShields scores. Here comes Walker, and Darren Fletcher, a 2-run, 2-out single, has given Montreal a 2-1 lead.
Fletcher, not known for driving in the big runs, drives in number 16 and 17 as Maddox gets the sinker up. He wanted to keep it well away from Fletcher, but he doesn't get the job done. And it's now a 2-1 Expo lead.
That'll bring up Tim Wallach. Strike on the outer edge. Wallach bounced to Ray Sanchez, ending the Montreal second.
Wallach doesn't seem to hit against anybody else in the National League this year, but he does hit very well against the Cubs. And he loves to hit in this park.
0-1, a runner at first, still 2 away. And this is to the left of Buechele. Nice play, and he goes to Sandberg, which ends the inning. Montreal takes a lead, 2 runs, 2 hits, and 1 man left. We're in the middle of the 4th. The Expos in front by a run.
This is Saturday at 1 p.m., Tom. This is what Arnie Harris and I do on the off days. Yep, there we are. Take a look. Librarian meets us, gives us our reading material for the day. That's, as you can see, sure. And you think that we just have a good time. We're trying to broaden our education. Yeah, that's what happens.
That might be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
We're going to show you the second half of this feature after Derek May.
So that's where you guys were on your off day.
Gets much better than that. Yeah, of course. You got to go to the library.
I can't wait to see the rest. It is a 0-2 count on Derek May. So I told you they were doing some lovely things over at the public library, right?
That's it.
Yeah. Boy, Arnie looked very dapper going into the library.
Well, that's our studious clothes.
Boy, did you guys look ridiculous walking into that library. There is strike 3 to Derek May. So there's more.
Oh, sure. This is the second half. Of course, now we have to take our library cards out because they won't let you. You know, we have library cards like all upstanding citizens taking care of us there.
And there's Arnie to the right.
That's Melanie Varicki, the branch librarian, Betty Evans, the children's librarian, and Mary Nowakowski, the clerk.
See you all next off day.
See you at 5 o'clock. Here it is. Arnie and I, what a great day it was. So we'd like to thank Russ Rodriguez for shooting that, coming out on his off day on Saturday for shooting that stuff.
Into short left field. 2 down in the inning. Boy, the things you guys do. I have to tip my cap now to you. I thought you may have been taking it easy and so on and so forth, but obviously a long day spent at the Chicago Public Library.
Well, you probably thought that Arnie went to the racetrack and I went to play golf, but that's not the case, Tom. We were broadening our education.
Boy, do I stand corrected. Here's Steve Buechele. Struck out his first time up, but he's down a strike to Kenny Hill this time. You know, as it goes to 0-2, Arnie wouldn't be happy to be wearing a pinkish shirt today, would he?
No, and you notice I was not wearing a bow tie, so it couldn't have been shot this morning at 10:15. You know that.
Yeah, I know. That's right. I saw you guys. There is strike 3 to Buechele. That is the 6th strikeout for Kenny Hill. That was a quick 1-2-3 inning. We go to the 5th, still 2-1 Montreal. Opening up the Montreal 5th inning, the Expos in front of the Cubs in Game 2 of this 3-game series, 2-1, a 2-run, 2-out, 3-2 pitch. A single into right center field by Darren Fletcher scored Delano DeShields and Larry Walker in that Montreal 4th inning. Cubs scored in the 3rd, an RBI single by Mark Grace to bring in Doug DeCenzo, who had doubled. 1-2 to Brett Barbary.
Probably the best thing that Felipe Alou has done for this Montreal club is to get them to believe in themselves, something that they weren't doing early in the season. They got off to a tough start. They fired Tom Reynolds, brought in Felipe Alou, who was a coach on that team, and he's given the team confidence. And it doesn't hurt Tom that he's got the kind of speed he's got at the top of the order. But with the same speed at the top of the order, they were doing nothing early, and all he did was flip-flop Grissom and DeShields, making DeShields a leadoff hitter.
There's strike 3 to Barbary on the Maddox changeup. Second time he's gotten a Montreal third baseman. 5th strikeout overall in the game. But, you know, we've only seen Felipe Alou, Stoney, I guess about 8 times this year when his club has taken on Chicago. And it's just little things that I like so much about his style. The perfect example is a stolen base by Walker. They knew that Girardi or Wilkins wasn't going to throw down there. They just had a feeling they could tell, and it set up another runner in scoring position, and obviously that was the eventual go-ahead run on a single by Fletcher.
Well, Felipe Alou, and the leadoff man, was talking about growing up in the Dominican Republic, Tom, and he said that ball players are not all hot dogs there like people believe. They're just aggressive, and he says he carried over that style into his managerial career. Here's a man who managed in winter ball for years before he ever got an opportunity to manage in the major leagues. And he's made the most of that experience. He was no stranger to the dugout when he took the helm.
Wilfredo Cordero down to Maddox at 1 ball and 2 strikes. He struck out looking his only at bat.
It's a beautiful day to do most anything here in Chicago today.
1-2 to Cordero, and he fouls it away. Cordero, the heir apparent everyday shortstop. Spike Owen just came back from the disabled list and has been seeing a large majority of playing time. With so many youngsters, Felipe Alou likes inserting the veteran Owen as a calming influence on an otherwise very young and inexperienced team. Cordero getting to start today, and he has struck out for the 2nd time.
I think given his choice, if Spike Owen was going to be healthy the rest of the year, he'd probably go with Owen. I don't think he wants to break Cordero into the middle of this pennant race. But Owen's had a hamstring problem, Tom, and he aggravated it yesterday, and that's one of the reasons why he's forced to go with Will. But Cordero, a slick fielding shortstop, will hit eventually, although at times now he's going to appear overmatched in the major leagues.
Kenny Hill, a ground out to Ray Sanchez, ending the Montreal 3rd. Down a strike to Maddox, who has struck out 6 so far. The only man he walked, Larry Walker, scored the go-ahead run. Kenny Hill, no easy out. He has 5 extra base hits. And there's strike 3. Maddox fans aside in the 5th inning. He has 7 in the game. We play 4.5 with the Cubs still trailing by 1. Cub MVP of 92. To vote, call 1-900-820-CUBS. $1.45 per call, and all proceeds benefit charity. Be ready with your favorite player's uniform number. With over 9,600 votes cast today, Mark Grace maintains his lead, capturing 38% of all votes cast. The top 5 vote getters include Sandberg, Dawson, DeCenzo, and Maddox. The program sponsor, the Robert R. McCormick Tribune Foundation, will contribute for $1 for every call made, and will honor the winning player during the October 3rd Cubs game. And a reminder, children under 18 must have parental permission. Sanchez, Maddox, DeCenzo against Kenny Hill in the 5th. Base hit, left field.
Sanchez will make some contact, and he's got that batting average steadily climbing, much to the delight of Rich Sheppel of Sheppel Buick, Gabor Bushy of Suburban Buick, and Ed Murphy of Ed Murphy Buick. How'd you like that segue?
The king of segue. That was pretty smooth. I didn't realize that I was surrounded by such a
Erudite bunch.
Well, that's a word that I never would have thought of, but
But you're surrounded by them nonetheless.
Nonetheless, that's right. Maddox will get the job done by delivering his 4th sacrifice bunt of the year, and Sanchez, a tying run, is at second. But, I mean, a group such in high pursuit of better educating themselves. I am stunned.
Our Any Questions question today comes from Stacy Marzalek, and she wants to know, while she was watching the Cubs and Cardinals earlier this year, the game was rained out. But there was a couple of innings played. She wants to know if the hits counted toward the batting averages of the players and the pitchers' ERAs. Well, Stacy, what happens is if it's rained out before it's an official game, then nothing counts. You play the game over again. If it's rained out after 5 or innings are played, let's say 4.5 innings are played, it's a tie game. If it's an official game and a tie game, you play the game over again, but all the numbers count. So it can go either way as far as the numbers. And for the Cubs this year, they haven't played an official game that was tied where they'd have to make it up and the numbers would all count. Every game they've had rained out, the numbers were rained out also because it's been in the 2nd or 3rd inning. So we thank Stacy Marzalek from Riverdale, Georgia.
Tying run is Ray Sanchez at second base in the bottom of the 5th. Montreal 2. The Cubs 1 down, and 0-1 to DeCenzo, and Hill delivers him strike 2. Doug doubled down the right field line, scored the only Cub run in the 3rd. He struck out his first trip. Outfield shading DeCenzo to go the other way. Grissom a step or 2 into left center field. Runner will move down to 3rd, but it is the 2nd out of the inning. So it'll be up to Sandberg to try and tie this baby up.
And here's where the wild pitch becomes a big factor, because Ken Hill, although he hasn't thrown many in the dirt today, has thrown 9 this year, and if he tries to get a little too much on that split finger, it will go in the dirt. So if you're Ray Sanchez at 3rd base, you have to be coming down the line, have your momentum coming down the line in foul territory. And anything out of the dirt circle, usually anything that hits the grass, if you're a good and quick base runner, you can score if it gets by the catcher.
Sandberg an infield single in the 1st. He flied to right in the 3rd. Tying run is Sanchez 90 feet away, and Hill misses ball 1.
Ray's doing it right at 3rd base, Tommy, and that's a lesson for all you young players out there. You don't have to take a big lead at 3rd initially, but you should be moving forward as the ball comes home. And if you're doing that with good anticipation, then you can score on a relatively short wild pitch or a pass ball.
Check swing, and Sandberg didn't go around. 2-0, and again Sanchez coming down the line as Hill unleashes a pitch. Montreal leading 2-1. Last of the 5th inning. See the numbers on Sandberg, pretty good this year. Ball 3.
Unfortunately, Rhino, with the runner at 3rd base, has not had a good run at it this year.
There's a strike. Count goes to 3-1 now on Ryan Sandberg. Sanchez a tying run, talking things over with Chuck Cottier. Fletcher hanging a sign, Sandberg ready, and here comes the pitch. And it's drilled into deep left center field, but not deep enough. Grissom drops the shades, and the inning is over. 1 hit, tying run left at 3rd. We roll to the 6th, and Montreal leading 2-1. With Steve Stone, our producer, director Arnie Harris, I'm Tom Brenneman at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Expos leading Greg Maddux and the Cubs by a run. Delano DeShields starting things off. And he was a man who started the 2-run Montreal 4th inning with an infield single. Stole a base, later scored the first Expos run. 1-1 pitch. And Sandberg will play it off the 2nd bounce.
Delano DeShields, since the All-Star break, has been one of the hottest hitters in the league. But the hottest hitter since the break Brett Butler of Los Angeles is just hitting everything in sight, followed by Biff Roberts. And Darnell Coles, who's getting some playing time now that Hal Morris is not in the lineup. That shows you what's happened since the All-Star break. Butler, Roberts, Coles, Sheffield, Dykstra, and the aforementioned Delino DeShields.
Gary Sheffield and his teammates beginning a big series tonight in Atlanta. Opener of a 3-game series between the Padres, and what a job Greg Riddock has done. This was a guy who's been rumored to be on the firing block for about a year and a half, 2 years now, and all the Padres are is 11 games over 500. Tough play for Sanchez, and Grissom too speedy.
Well, the big problem here is Ray Sanchez makes a fine play but can't get it over there in time, is that the Cubs have never thrown out Marquise Grissom. He's 18 for 18 against the Cubs in stolen bases. You take a look at Sanchez throwing on the run. Once this ball gets by Buechele, it becomes a very tough play. Sanchez gets it over as quickly as he possibly can. But now they've got to contend with the best base runner in the National League. The man who won the crown last year with 76 stolen bases, and looks like he's on the way to winning it again.
Book it.
By the way, Tom, 21 infield hits for both DeShields and Grissom this year.
But the biggest difference between the two of them until last week when the Cubs played in Montreal, Marquise Grissom, with all the infield hits of his major league career, got his first bunt single ever in that series against the Cubs at the major league level. You know, you brought up the percentages earlier, those, Tony. It is fascinating. Not only DeShields or Grissom with 56 stolen bases, but having only been thrown out 9 times.
That's what he's done against the Cubs. And Rick Wilkins would like nothing more than to be the first Cub catcher to gun him down. The key with Grissom is, like most good base runners, great first step acceleration. If you can get up to top speed after that first step, you're going to steal a lot of bases, and he has the great acceleration.
Moise Alou looks at a ball inside. He is struck out and bounced to short. Grissom, not only the leading base stealer in the National League, he is #1 in all of baseball. Luis Poloni of California, the #1 man in the American League with 40.
It takes a couple things to be a base stealer. Number 1, you have to be fearless. Number 2, you have to be very aggressive. And number 3, you have to have very little regard for your body, because you take a pounding sliding every day in at second or third base.
There he goes. Pitch taken high and away. Good pitch to throw on, but it's into shallow center field. And Grissom is 57 stolen base. 19 of 19 against the Cubs in his career.
Let's isolate on Grissom, who gets a very good jump. Great acceleration. Just explodes out of the blocks. The throw is down once again, as Wilkins, knowing that he's got to get rid of the ball quickly, has made a couple of bad throws today. It's a good ball for him to throw, but he can't keep it in the air all the way, and there's Grissom with a head-first slide.
One thing about this Montreal team, they have the kind of stallions to just keep coming at you. Just relentless on the bases. Almost got him at second base.
Well timed between Sandberg and Maddox, as Sandberg snuck into second, and they just missed Grissom. Good move by Maddox. He spins around, throws it right there. Doug Harvey on the call, and he said correctly that Grissom got the hand in.
Try it again.
Well, this time he put the tag on without the ball.
Alou enjoying a terrific rookie season. Been injured a couple of times this year. And a very good hitter with runners in these kind of situations. Montreal already leading 2-1, 1 out. and Grissom at second base. It goes to 3-0 with the dangerous Larry Walker waiting.
But for an outstanding rookie season by Eric Karros, Felipe Alou would have a shot at Rookie of the Year. Karros has hit 16 home runs this year, Tom, has 57 runs batted in, and has really come of age this year as a Dodger.
I watched him last night, and it seems as though every mistake that a pitcher will make, a lot like Sandberg in this regard, he won't miss it. Doesn't foul it back. He just hammers it.
And there you see the rookie runs batted in. Karros, Alou, Cianfrocco, Derek May, and Reggie Sanders. Not necessarily in that order.
Billy Connors hoping his man Greg Maddox can get out of this jam. There goes Grissom. Pitch taken for a strike. Throw to third, and he is safe at third base. Almost slid past the bag.
20 for 20 now for Marquise Grissom, and with one out, it's the best time to try to steal third. Wilkins frustrated with himself. He thought he had a shot at him here. Once again, great acceleration. Once again, a great ball to throw, and once again, the throw low. So Wilkins has not been able to keep it in the air with a lot of pressure on him, trying everything he can to throw out the speedy Expos, but no luck today as they're 4 for 4.
Infield in now, and there is ball 4 to Moise Alou. And don't be surprised if Alou is taken off in this situation. He has been the best percentage base stealer on this team. He is 12 out of 13 on the year.
He probably would have been a lot better, Tom, except that he had a hamstring problem that put him on the shelf for a while. And this is the modus operandi of the Montreal Expos. They have some power, but all things being equal, speed shows up at the park every day, and they will try to run you out of the ballpark.
Could be 2. Grace to Sanchez, relay throw to first, and they turn the double play to get out of the inning. So Walker going after the first pitch and ends a Montreal threat. 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 6th, still a 1-run game. 2-1 ball game. Expos leading the Cubs. Reminder later tonight on Channel 9, a mind lock overnight in a department store. Must use his wits to order to stay alive. James Brolin and Susan Clark star in Trapped tonight at 7 on Chicago's very own Channel 9. Part of the order against Kenny Hill: Grace, Dawson, Derek May.
Cubs got a big break because Larry Walker swung at a pitch down. You need a fly ball here. Instead, it's 3-6-3. Carex donates $100 to Cubs Care. Maddox and the Cubs get out of the inning.
Liner right at Wallach, 1 out.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago National League Ball Club, which has a right of approval of the announcers and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or the use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Chicago National League Ball Club is prohibited. Mark Grace hits it right on the button, but Tim Wallach right there.
Andre 0 for 2. He is struck out and fly to right field. Andre trying to get through what has been a slump since the All-Star break. Good breaking ball by Kenny Hill. 1-1.
Hill keeping the pitches to a minimum, averaging 2.5 pitches per hitter. And the reason, Tom, he's been ahead 0-2 on 12 of the hitters so far, so he is staying on top of everybody.
Popped up. Foul ground. Barbary over near the dugout, and he'll get it leaning over the railing just in front of our camera down there.
Yesterday, Barbary fell into the camera pit, couldn't make the play. Today, as he comes right at our camera, he's able to make this play. Coming right at you at home.
Quickly 2 away in the Cubs' 6th inning, trailing Montreal 2-1. Derek May 1 for 2 is singled and struck out. One afternoon game underway other than this one at Candlestick Park. Houston a scoreless first inning against the Giants. Should be a 1-2-3 inning for Hill, and it is. Harry back in the 7th at the end of 6. Montreal maintains its 2-1 lead. Go back to the library.
Again, everybody, Harry Caray with Steve Stone and Tom Brenneman. We're going into the top of the 7th. Montreal leading 2-1. Here's Fletcher, Darren Fletcher, who drove in the 2 runs with 2 out in the 4th. They gave the Montreal Expos their current 2-1 lead. Takes the pitch inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Today's designated butt batters, Emil J. Evers of Lakeview, Arkansas. Now the pitch a little bit low. He has a chance to win $100 immediately and to share in a $10,000 bonus pool to be awarded at the end of the season. So, congratulations and good luck. Here's a high pop fly on the infield. Bouchel makes the catch. 1 out. So, congratulations to Emil J. Evers of Lakeview, Arkansas, today's designated butt batter. 1 out. Here's Tim Wallach. 2-1 Expo. Great pitching duel. Maddox is fan 7th. And Hill is struck out 6th.
Sergio Valdez loosening up in the bullpen as we get down to the spot occupied by Ken Hill.
1 man out, nobody on. Now the pitch. High. Pop foul. Grace going back near the stands. Tries to climb over the wall to make the catch, but it drops in there for a foul ball. 2 balls and a strike.
The stopper on this Montreal team is a young man who came over from the Dodgers via the Reds. John Wetland stayed a Red for a very short period of time and then went to Montreal. He's collected 26 saves already. And is he a hard thrower?
Ground ball foul. 2-2. Houston at San Francisco has gotten underway. No score at the end of 1. That's the only other game in the major leagues today. Everybody else will be playing tonight. The pitch is low. Ball 3.
Houston is 14 games through that terrible 26-game road trip. And so far, they're just 4-10. And they'll come here to Chicago for 4 and should be a pretty tired bunch when they get here.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Walked in ball 4. Walk number 3 given up by Maddox. One of them really hurt him. It came the run by which they lead when he walked Walker with 2 out and DeShields at third base in the 4th.
There's Billy Connors, and it's been an unusual year. Despite the fact that his team has led the National League almost the entire season in pitching, they also lead the National League in walks and wild pitches, and somehow that doesn't go hand in hand, but the Cubs have given up very few hits.
After Walker stole second in that 4th, Fletcher came through with a 2-run single. Let's pause. We'll pause for identification following this pitch. 1 out, 1 on. Barbary. There goes a runner to throw. He is easily out. The hit and run failed, and Wallach was thrown out stealing. Let's pause here for station identification.
It's supposed to be the hit and run, but Tim Wallach just cut.
This is WGN-TV Chicago, America's #1 sports station.
4.
So there, 2 out, nobody on, as Wallach was thrown out trying to steal from Wilkins to Sanchez. He was easily out. The hit and run apparently was on. The pitch was bad. 1 ball, no strikes. There's a high drive, deep center field. DeCenzo's there, and he makes the catch to retire the side. No hits, no runs, nobody left. We go into the bottom of the 7th. The Cubs trail 2-1.
Not to walk anybody, and he hasn't thrown a complete game this year that has not been a shutout, and he cannot throw a shutout today.
Swung and he missed. A ball and a strike. We're in the bottom of the 7th. 2-1 Montreal. A little low and outside. Ball 2. 2 balls and the strike. Wilkins fanned and flied to left. A high pop fly. Sharp right field. Larry Walker's there. 1 away. That is 7 in a row retired by Ken Hill.
I think the key to Ken Hill today is that he's just been ahead of all the Cub hitters. And if you're ahead of the hitters consistently and you've got a swinging team like the Cubs are, you don't walk anybody, and that's been the secret to his control.
Steve Buechele, twice he has struck out. 1 ball, no strikes. So he's provided Ken Hill with 2 out of his total of 6 strikeouts. 2 balls, no strikes. Sanchez, who's hit the ball hard. 1 out of 2 will be next. Ball 3 low.
Infield very deep for Buechele. They know that he's not going to bunt. And they're guarding the line with Barbary over toward the line at third, and a big hole between Barbary and Cordero on the left side.
Strike call over the outside corner, slider. 3 balls and the strike. Steve Buechele.
There's the left side that we were talking about, and plenty of room to hit the ball through.
Strike 2 over the outside corner. And now he's back to 3-2. 1 out. Fouls it back. I was trying to remember who else has had a 3-2 count on Ken Hill. I don't think he's had more than 1 or 2 full counts.
He hasn't come that close to walking anybody, Harry, because he's been 0-2 quite a bit. I think there's 2 3-2 counts.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball, that'll be easy. That may have been a low pitch. Buechele bounces out.
And this would have been the first walk because this one's at the shoe tops.
Look at that. Boy, oh boy. We're a tough team to walk. 2 out. And here's Sanchez. DeCenzo's had 1 hit, and he scored after doubling in the 3rd. Sandberg had an infield hit in the 1st. Grace had a hit that drove in DeCenzo in the 3rd. Then Lee May had a hit in the 2nd. And Sanchez had a base hit in the 5th. Ground ball, this will be the inning. Throw to first, 1, 2, 3. At the end of 7, 2-1 Montreal. Hey, Harry Caray back at Wrigley Field as we go into the top of the 8th. Will Cordero will lead it off. Mark Clausen is taking shots in the bleachers. I wonder why he always picks out the good-looking girl. He's no dummy. The pitch. Swung on. Foul. Happy 40th birthday to Marty Seabear. The Cubs are sure to go through. Undana, they'll use a pinch hitter for Maddox in the bottom of the 8th. So the pinch hitter, DeCenzo and Sandberg. Grace, Dawson, and May are sure to come up before this game's over. 0-2 the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Will Cordero, the 20-year-old shortstop. Right back to Maddox. 1 man out. Remember, tickets are still available for all remaining games on this homestand.
It's turned into just a beautiful day here and look a lot better if the Cubs would score a couple of runs.
Bouncing ball. Bouchel throws them out. So Ken Hill is retired. 2 out. And the leadoff man, Delino DeShield, who started the 4th inning with a base hit, stole his 41st base. Got to 3rd with 2 out. Then Walker walked, stole 2nd. And Fletcher singled both runs home. That's how they've scored. Strike called. Ken Hill is retired. His last 9 men in a row. Actually, Maddox has pitched a better ball game in that he's only allowed 4 hits. The Cubs have had 5, but Maddox walked 2, 3, walked 3, one of which turned out to be the decisive run so far.
Last year, the Cubs handled the Shields very well, as did the National League. This year, a completely different story, as the 23-year-old has got acclimated and seems to be getting better and better.
I tell you, he's got a little pop in that bat, too. He's already hit 7 home runs. For a leadoff man, he's also driven in 47. Fouls the pitch back.
Well, that was one of the big things that Philippe Alou did, was move the Shields into the leadoff spot as a good base runner, thinking he'd see more fastballs, and he had the power to take advantage and hit a few out of the park. And he's done that this year.
He wants them. With 2 out. Now, do you think he'll try to steal on the first pitch or the second pitch?
I don't think he's going on the first pitch. Let's see if Jim Lefebvre decides to call a pitch out. And as a number 2 hitter, one of the responsibilities, as Marquise Grissom knows very well, is to take a pitch or 2 and make sure that your base runner has a chance to steal into scoring position.
Maddox breaks his contact with the rubber. Grissom stole 2nd and 3rd in the 6th. He now has 58 stolen bases, which is more than the entire Cub team, who have 53.
Well, I saw the Cub running attack with a cast on his foot before the game today.
Sean?
Sammy Sosa.
Oh, Sosa. Yeah, Sean wouldn't have a cast on his leg. Strike call. Sean seems to be in fine spirits, though, and undoubtedly looking forward to coming back sometime in September. There he is.
I think he's just happy that the surgery was successful. They've got a fine surgical team headed up by Dr. Schaefer, Michael Schaefer, and he's done wonders this year. And unfortunately, Harry, he's been a busy man this year.
1 strike and nothing on Marquis Grissom. Good hitter. Pitch out. And the count is evened up. A ball and a strike, 2 out, 2-1 in favor of Montreal.
I would think that if the Shields is going to go, it would be on this pitch. If Jim Lefevre were a gambling man, he'd call a pitch out here.
Grissom looking down at Jerry Manuel, the third base coach. Tommy Harper at first. 1 ball, 1 strike. Houston nothing, the Giants nothing in San Francisco at the end of 2. There's Philippe Alou. Swung and he missed. He had a good cut. I tell you, the first 4 men in their batting order compare with anybody's. The Shields, Grissom, Alou, and Walker. The throw over there. Yesterday was a terrible ball game. Today has been a fine ball game. One ball, 2 strikes. Popped it up. Coming in to Senzo. Under it to retire the side. 1 man left. We go in the bottom of the 8th. Montreal leading 2-1. Harry back at Wrigley Field. Cal Daniels is coming out as a pinch hitter. He's 3 out of 11 as a pinch hitter, and he's hitting .242 for the year with 5 home runs. 19 runs batted in. So Mannix is through for the day. And now, if his teammates could come up with a couple of runs, they could reward him with a victory. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Mannix went 8 innings, gave up 2 runs, only 4 hits. He walked 4, he fanned 7.
Swung and he missed. A fork ball. The Barnes family from San Antonio and the Tozer family from Sacramento, California. Great Cubs fans watching the ball game. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ken Hill. Low and outside, ball 3. Boy, if Daniels could open it up with being a base runner, career pinch hitting pretty good. 3-2. High fly ball, deep center, way back, but it's going to be caught. Grissom, plenty of room. Hauls it down, 1 away. And here's DeCenzo, who scored the only Cub run when he doubled in the 3rd. And with 2 out, Grace singled him home.
You see the wind blowing toward right field. Unfortunately for Daniels, he doesn't pull this ball. Gets a pretty good swing at this fastball. It's out over the plate. But the wind kept it in the ballpark. Had he pulled it, he might have been able to take advantage of it and hit it out.
Ed Tormensee, the young Houston catcher. His 4th home run of the year. Houston leads the Giants 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes. DeCenzo 1 out of 3.
Bullpen up and going now for Montreal. That looks like John Wetland.
Oh, hits off the pitcher's knee. It'll be a base hit. And DeCenzo has his second hit of the day. He's the first Cub this afternoon to have 2 hits.
Normally, DeCenzo's a much better hitter from the right side, but this year he's swinging the bat much better from the left side. A fortuitous carom as far as the Cubs are concerned, and DeCenzo on first. And a chance for Sandberg to take one out of the park.
The wind is blowing towards right field, out of the west. And we're going to have a little chat on the mound. Joe Kerrigan, the pitching coach, comes out, which would indicate that Ken Hill is going to stay in there.
There's a look at John Wetland, who got off to a shaky start in this his first year as a stopper. But of late, he has been red hot out of the bullpen, and he's one of the reasons why the Expos are still in this race.
Ken Hill is going for his 3rd complete game of the year. Sandberg will be the hitter. 1 away. DeCenzo on at first base. Quick throw, but Aaron needs back. Sandberg with 13 homers. It's in there for a strike call. DeCenzo made a start as if to break for second. 1 strike and nothing. 1 out. Bottom of the 8th. Cubs trail by a run. Fastball is high.
You can see by that last stat that Ken Hill is not around at the end too often in the games that he starts. But they're in great hands with John Wetland. In his last 17 games, he's 2-0 with 14 saves.
Wetland. Like Rob Dibble of the Reds, throws the ball consistently over 90 miles an hour. Ball outside. 2 balls and the strike. That was the fork ball. DeCenzo, the runner at first. 26-year-old Ken Hill from Lynn, Mass. Again the throw. 2 balls and the strike, 1 out. Great game to pull out. Again, he dives back into the bag. Tim Wallach playing first. And look at Barbary guarding the line at third. High pop foul. Over near the stands, is going to be out of play. And the count is even up 2-2. They shade Sandberg around towards left. There's Dennis Martinez.
Talking with Tommy Harper, the first base coach and base running and outfield instructor of the Expos.
2 balls, 2 strikes. High pop fly in foul territory. Easy out. Oh, that hurt. Here's Grace now. He drove in the only run the Cubs have scored today. And Grace will be coming up. The tying run at third. He represents the go-ahead run, and the wind is blowing just right for Mark Grace.
Now the outfielders will move back a couple of steps deeper than normal, making sure they cut everything off in the gap.
Grace has hit 6 homers. Again, he's back. Darren Fletcher, the big hero for the Expos. He drove in the 2 runs at a time when the Cubs were leading 1-0.
Rich Griffin, phone call, Rich Griffin.
His 2-out single in the 4th scored both to Shields and Walker. That's how they lead the Cubs 2-1. And outside. Oh, I'd like to see Mark turn on 1. The wind is blowing out of the west at about 14 miles an hour. He's back. 1 ball, no strikes. Andre Dawson would be next. If Grace keeps the inning alive. One ball, no strikes. Swung and he missed, and he was trying to turn on it. But it was to the outside portion of the plate.
Grace taking the long look down to Chuck Cartier. But there's not much of a signal you can be given right here. Just hit the ball hard someplace.
The Senzo a lead. There he goes. There's a peg. Out, trying to steal. The ball bounced, but Cordero fielded it and tagged him. So at the end of 8, Montreal's still leading 2-1. Carrying Steve Stone as we go into the top of the 9th. Let's take another look at that play. See, the throw is low. Now look at the tag. It looks, well, I'd have to argue on that play. It certainly looks like he might be safe.
Well, Harry, anytime you tag a man above the waist, and Cordero had to come up because the throw was down, the foot has to be on the bag. But no argument. It looked like he was safe fairly easily at second base. But Paul Ossenmacher comes on for the 48th time, a 3-2 record, a 3.11 ERA.
Ossenmacher takes over. Maddox pitched another masterpiece. Bases on ball hurt him in their scoring inning. With 2 out, he walked Walker, who stole second. And with runners at second and third, Fletcher lined his single to center to score them both. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I dare say that if Maddox pitched to Fletcher 100 more times, he'd probably retire him 99 of that 100. But not today. Foul ball. Moises and Lou is nothing out of 2. In the ninth, don't go away, Grace will be leading off. Dawson hitting second. Derek May hitting third. And if anybody gets on, Rick Wilkins will be hitting fourth. There's a long fly ball, should be caught in center field. I would imagine that Wetland is going to be coming in for the Expos in the bottom of the ninth. Wetland 1-2, lost 2, and saved 26. Fletcher fouls it off. He's in the hole. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two fine young pitchers went to it today, and little to choose between them. Maddox fan 7. And Hill has fan 6.
That's what Walker has done lifetime against Assenmacher, and he doesn't handle his curveball very well, as you can tell by that graphic.
The difference was Maddox walked 4, only 1 which really hurt him. Ball 4 to Walker. And Hill hasn't walked anybody. Hill going for his 14th victory of the year. He's lost 5. Maddox, if he loses, will have suffered his 10th defeat. He is also 114. But this is far from over.
Walker stole a base back in the 4th inning. That was the fateful 4th as far as the Cubs were concerned.
Here's a guy who made it fateful. Darren Fletcher, who was born in Elmhurst, now lives in Fithian. A local area boy. Went to the University of Illinois. 1 out, 1 on. Fletcher had 1 homer, 15 RBIs, hitting .234 going into the game. He's batted in 2 runs, which is all that the Expos have made. 2 balls, no strikes. Tim Wallach will be next.
This is where the lefty-lefty advantage evens out, because Fletcher knows he's going to get a fastball. And if it's in the zone, he should have a pretty good cut. Now, the Cubs are playing him around toward left center, thinking he's not going to pull.
Right call.
Bullpen up and going once again for the Cubs.
The irony of Fletcher, his first time up, Walker had started the inning with a single. Fletcher rolled into a double play. His next time up was the 4th inning. Well, with 2 out and 2 on, he hit a single to center to drive in what at the time was the tying run and the go-ahead run, and that's where it stayed since.
Scanlon getting ready in a hurry, but I don't know if he'll be ready to go for Tim Wallach if Assenmacher doesn't get Fletcher. Normally, you would send somebody out, either the third baseman or the catcher, to talk with Assenmacher if you plan to use Scanlon, who's only had about 6-7 warm-up pitches.
hung that he fouled it back. 3-2. 1 out, 1 on.
Well, he might have an opportunity here to strike him out and throw him out. Walker, with pretty decent speed, will probably be going in an effort to stay out of the double play.
Wetland getting ready in the Montreal bullpen. 3-2. Asamaker has a very slow, deliberate move towards first base. Every now and then he will speed it up and fool you. Strike 3 call. The throw is in the dirt. The man was safe. And Walker, who stole his 11th base in the 4th, now steals his 12th in the 9th.
Here's a strike him out, throw him out opportunity, but Wilkins not having a good day throwing the ball. Everything has been down today and no chance to get Walker. Good curveball. It freezes Fletcher. And a good pickup by Sanchez.
They're going to walk Wallach intentionally. Let's see now. DeShields stole 1 base. Grissom stole 2. That's 3. Walker stole 2. That's 5. And so they've stolen 5 bases on the Cubs today. Earlier this year, Montreal stole 6 against the St. Louis Cardinals in 1 game. Barbery, who's a switch hitter, will turn around to hit right-handed. Two on, 2 out. We're in the 9th.
Barbery, who's not that good of a hitter from the right side, did have a hit from the right side yesterday off Chuck McElroy in the 8th inning. But he's hitting just .193 as a right-hand hitter this year.
Final game of the series tomorrow. Chris Nabholz against Mike Morgan. Fouls the pitch back. 1 strike and nothing. 2 on, 2 out. 2-1 Montreal. We're in the top of the 9th. Asamaker working very slowly today. There you see the graphic on Barbery. 193 right-handed versus 255 left-handed. The ball, hey, behind you. The ball bounces away, and the runners advance to 2nd and 3rd.
Third wild pitch of the year for Paul Asamaker, in the 49th for the Cubs.
1 ball, 1 strike. A wild pitch. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. And now Wilkins calls time. He wants to talk to Asamaker. If the Cubs are to have a chance, they got to keep them from scoring here. They trail only by a run. 2-1 now. But the Expos have Wallach at 2nd and Walker at 3rd. A little low. 2 balls and a strike, 2 out. Manuel, the third base coach. Strike 2 call. Curveball caught the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Struck him out to retire the side, leaving 2 men stranded. We go into the bottom of the 9th. The Cubs need 1 to tie and 2 to win. Carry back at Wrigley Field. John Wetland, 6'2", 200-pounder, 26 years old, out of San Mateo, California, coming in looking for his 27th save. Tim Wallach has shifted from 1st to 3rd, and Cianfrocco, Archie Cianfrocco, is taking over at first base.
John Wetland comes into the game at 2-2. The ERA 3.27 now for the 46th time. 52 1/3 innings, only given up 42 hits. He's fanned 62. He's walked only 17. He's given up 3 home runs in those 52 1/3 innings. And he's got to face 3 pretty tough hitters in Grace, Dawson, and May. Wetland is a fireballer. He's got a fastball timed at 95 miles an hour.
And so Ken Hill is through for the day. All he can do, the only decision he can get would be a victory. In 8 innings, he allowed 1 run on 6 hits. Didn't walk anybody, fanned 6. And now John Wetland will try to protect the 1-run lead for Montreal. Here's Mark Grace. In there, a strike call. The last time we had the gun on this guy, he threw the ball 96 miles an hour. Pitch to Grace. Fouled it back. He's in the hole. 0-2.
The only problem that Wetland has had this year has been occasionally hanging his overhand curveball. But no problems with the fastball as he's gotten stronger and stronger as the year has gone on.
Dawson would be next. High, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mark Grace drove in the only run so far for the Cubs, and he took over the RBI leadership of the club, it being his 57th RBI. Curveball low. Ball 2. Wetland throws hard. 3 home runs have been hit off him. Ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Wetland used to be with the Dodgers, you would recall. There she goes! Way back! It might be! It is! It is! Holy cow! Mark Grace has just tied it up, and that's what I was wishing for last inning. And he provided it in the 9th. Oh, did he cream that ball. His 7th home run of the year. His 58th RBI of the year.
And there's Felipe Alou has seen his save man come in and give up the long ball. The 9th game-tying RBI of the year for Mark Grace, and all Larry Walker could do was look up. It was gone in a hurry, and that's a very happy Cub dugout. Handcuffed all day long by Ken Hill. The fans here going wild at Wrigley Field.
And the fans really, and they want Mark to come out and tip his cap. Here's Dawson. Fastball high and inside. Mark ran the count to 3-2 and homered on to Sheffield Avenue. Pop foul out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, Greg Maddux cannot lose this game.
Take a look at it again. It's a fastball right down the middle, and Mark Grace gets all of it. Walker looks up, The fans in the bleachers have got a souvenir, and the Cubs have a brand new ball game here in the ninth.
1 ball, 1 strike. High ball 2. And now the Cubs need a run to win. And Derek May, who can take advantage of the existing conditions with the wind blowing out of the west towards the right field bleachers, will be next. He swung on a terrible pitch. Watch the reaction of Mark Grace. Now he knows right there, he knows it's gone. And he goes into the home run trot. There's a drive, but it's going to be caught. Dawson hit the ball hard, but Larry Walker made the catch. 1 out. Now here's Derek May. He can do it. Each of these next 2 left-hand hitters are potential home run hitters with the wind blowing out towards the right field stand. If he'd hit that ball to right field, we might have had a thrill. 2 out. May lines Lou in left. And here's Rick Wilkins. Bob Scanlon's going to be the new Cub pitcher if we go extra innings. In there, a slider for a strike call. Foul the back, he's in the hole on 2. Rick Wilkins out of Jacksonville, Florida. Grace has driven in both runs. Wow, went all the way back to the screen.
John Wetland taking a little frustration on that pitch. Tried to throw it through Darren Fletcher. Wound up throwing it almost through the screen. Coming right at you. And that shakes the camera.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Foul him out. 1 hit, 1 run. The game is tied. We go into the 10th. 2-2. Harry Caray and Steve Stone. As we go into the 10th, Bob Scanlon takes over for the Cubs. See, Luis Salazar, I think, is taking over in left field.
Dwight Smith.
Or Dwight Smith, yeah.
And Bob Scanlon comes into this one. 3-5. The ERA, a fine 193 on for the 49th time. 60 2/3 innings, giving up 2 home runs, just 40 hits. So Smitty will hit in the number 9 spot. Bob Scanlon going into the number 5 spot, vacated by Derek May. And John Vanderwall coming on the pinch hit for Will Cordero.
John Vanderwall out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Vanderwall hitting .253 with 3 homers, 17 RBIs, 4 out of 22 as a pinch hitter. Strike call. Scanlon.
Scanlon picked up an inning yesterday, pitched the 9th inning, gave up a hit and no runs.
Swung and he missed. We're in the top of the 10th, tied up at 2. The offense for the Cubs has been Mark Grace. There's a fly ball, left field. Dwight Smith is there, and he has it. One away.
Marquis Cianfrocco, who was dumped into the number 9 spot, will come up to face Scanlon.
Cianfrocco hitting .244, 6 homers, 29 RBIs. He's 2 out of 10 as a pinch hitter. Boy, that's a shame for Ken Hill. As great a game as he pitched, he gets nothing for it. And likewise, that's true for Greg Maddux. As outstanding a game as he pitched, he will get nothing for it. Cianfrocco takes the strike. It becomes now a battle between Scanlon and Wetland out of the bullpens. Cianfrocco had a cut. Houston leading the Giants 2-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Got a lot of talk about the Giants situation. Struck him out. Cianfrocco goes on swinging. 2 away. And here's Ivan Delino DeShields.
Gotta watch the bunt in this situation as DeShields trying to find any way to get on base and take advantage of that speed. So Buechele will be in very close at third, but Mark Grace so far is hanging back at first.
A little bit inside, ball 1. That's amazing that everybody in San Francisco. Here's a high pop fly. Should be caught. Sanchez calls for it. And he grabs it. 1, 2, 3. And all the Cubs need to win is 1 run in the bottom of the 10th. Tom Foley takes over shortstop. For the Expos, John Wetland was touched forward, the leadoff home run by Mark Grace that tied it up in the 9th. Will face Buechele, Sanchez, and Dwight Smith. Buechele has been an easy out so far. Against Hill, he struck out twice and rolled out 0 for 3. Now he faces John Wetland, hard-throwing right-hander. Strike called. Buechele, Sanchez, and Dwight Smith. Swung and a miss. Let's pause here for identification.
This is WGN-TV Chicago, America's #1 sports station.
0-2 the count. High inside. Bottom of the 10th game, tied at 2. Grace drove in the first run, putting the Cubs ahead 1-0 in the 3rd. The Expos came back in the 4th, got 2 on Fletcher's base hit, and Buechele, for the 3rd time today, strikes out swinging.
Well, normally you wouldn't go with your stopper after he has given up the save opportunity. But they've got another young man who happens to be the nephew of Felipe Alou, and his name is Mel Rojas. And he's another man very capable of closing out a ball game with 8 saves and a 1.16 ERA. So they could go as much as 3 innings with John Wetland if he chooses to.
That home run by Grace that tied it up in the 9th. There's a looper. It's going to drop. Maybe it does. And Sanchez is on there again. 2 out of 4. And boy, I tell you, that he has really made himself a major league shortstop to contend with.
Well, he's going to make some contact, and he's of the philosophy if you make contact, good things are going to happen. Sanchez, very difficult to strike out. Doesn't get a good swing at this ball, but hits it in the perfect spot. And that's the winning run.
1 out. Sanchez of average speed. Dwight Smith batting for the first time. Hitting .257. 2 homers. 9 RBIs. 0-1 the count. Mark Grace's home run in the 9th tied it up. He dives back for the bag.
Now, Wetland has thrown 4 wild pitches this year. The Expos have not thrown a wild pitch today.
0-1 the count. Back. Boy, I'd like to see Dwight. The wind's blowing towards right field. Swung and he misses. Smith stands rather close to the plate. I would imagine it's tough for him to extend his arms, huh?
He usually hits the ball out away from him. It's tough for him to hit the ball inside. Here's another angle at how close to the plate Dwight Smith is, and most of the league has been trying to throw that fastball in on his hands. He'd like to see it out away from him, but he better tune it up some.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Boy, in '89, Jerome Walton and Dwight Smith were one of the reasons, collectively, why the Cubs won. Runner back. Walton was the Rookie of the Year, and Dwight Smith was the runner-up to Rookie of the Year. Now, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Struck him out. And that's the 3rd strikeout for Wetland. Fortunately, before he began striking Cubs out, Grace hit a homer to tie it. Is Doug Vincenzo. He's had 2 hits today. Throw over there, boy, almost had him.
Very close at first base to seeing Franco put on the tag, but fortunately Sanchez with a hand in and Jerry Davis on the call.
DeCenzo looking at Chuck Cartier, the 3rd base coach. Sanchez, not a speed demon, of average speed, I guess. 2 out. Wetland steps off the rubber. Final game of the series tomorrow, and there are plenty of tickets available. A high pop foul, that's all. In this inning, DeCenzo fouls out to Wallach. At the end of 10, it's tied at 2. Harry Caray back at Wrigley Field as we go into the top of the 11th. All tied up. I guess we got to wait till Mark Grace comes up again. He drove in the first run with 2 out with a single to center to give the Cubs a 1-0 lead. Then Darren Fletcher single with 2 out and 2 on to put Montreal ahead 2-1. They held that until the 9th when Grace led off with a game-tying home run high into the back row of the right field bleachers. And now we're in the 11th. And they're going to have their good hitters, just as are the Cubs. The Cubs will start their half with Sandberg, Grace, and Dawson. And the Expos start their half with Grissom, Lou, and Larry Walker. Strike call. Bob Scanlon. Trying for his 4th victory. A ball and a strike. Scanlon, a good fastball and a good forkball. He's ahead of him now as he fouls it off.
That was a good fastball in on the hands of Marquise Grissom. And maybe one more good forkball, and you can do away with a pretty good base runner.
He has stolen 2 bases. Foul back. They have swiped a total of 5 in this game. Grissom has 58 stolen bases compared to the Cubs' whole team, 53. Little bit outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Base hit, right field. Grissom drills a single to right. And that gives him 2 more hits. He had 3 yesterday. Here now it's Moises Alou.
And Scanlon has got to be very patient here about his moves to first and quicken up his delivery to home, because Grissom will be going.
In the 6th, he stole 2nd, and then he stole 3rd.
Mel Rojas now getting up and starting to throw in the bullpen for Montreal.
So Wetland could get a blown save but pick up a victory if the Expos take the lead here, and Rojas then would pick up a save. Buechele came charging in from 3rd. Likewise Grace from 1st. 1 ball, no strikes. Jerry Manuel going through a series of signs. Grissom scared back to 1st.
Who has 3 sacrifice bunts this year.
There goes the runner. There's the peg. Oh, he overslid the bag. He overslid the bag. He was safe. Then he slid off the bag, and he was tagged out by Sanchez.
That's the first time the Cubs have ever thrown out Marquise Grissom, and they didn't get him on the first go-round. Grissom, with so much acceleration, goes into the bag so hard that he's carried by the bag. And Sanchez keeps the glove right there. As he tries to get back, Doug Harvey calls him out, and what a break for the Cubs. Looked like it was going to be another stolen base, his third of the day, but watch it.
Yeah, see? Now, does he get credit for a stolen base?
No. Never established the position.
Now the pitch a little bit
He
inside.
would have got credit, Harry, if he rounded second and headed to third.
Yeah. 3 balls and a strike. Well, let's don't waste that smile from Lady Luck. Fouls it out of play. 3-2 now. Boy, he's a powerful runner, that Grissom.
There's Gary Carter, one of the most popular players in the history of the Expos.
Ball 4. And here's Larry Walker.
You got a pretty good base runner here in Moise Alou. He's 12 out of 13 this year.
Walker, a native Canadian. Good lead. There's the pitch inside. Eric Anthony. Get a 2-run homer for Houston. They now lead the Giants 4-0. A little bit low. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes.
Pitching coach Billy Connors looking on, giving the signs to Rick Wilkins.
Fouls it out of play.
Well, Felipe Alou gave a shot to Larry Walker with a 2-0 count. And now let's see if he decides to run with his son.
Larry Walker, graduated from Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Family lives there. He's got some grandparents.
Alou is getting a huge lead at first base.
He's back. Snap throw! Safe. Wilkins almost got him. Throwing behind the left-hand hitter.
Pretty good move by Rick Wilkins, and the best way to do this is behind the left-hand hitter from his knees. Almost gets it there in time. But Alou in back under the tag.
Again, he throws over there. There goes the runner. Foul back. 3-2. Alou will return. Manjing Ridge is in British Columbia. That's where Larry Walker's from. 3-2 with the count. There goes Alou. Double play. Line drive to Bouchel, who flips it over to Mark Gray. We're out of the inning. We're going to bottom of the 11th. 1 run would win it for the Cubs. Harry Caray and Steve Stone as we go into the bottom of the 11th. It'll be Sandberg, Grace, Dawson. And then Scanlon is due to hit 4th. So let's see if the Cubs could pick up the run they need to win this ball game. Well, Tulsa loves WGN. Why not? Everybody else does. Here's Sandberg. And Wetland will allow the 4th home run of the year that he's permitted to tie up the ball game in the 9th by Mark Grace. We'll have Grace to pitch 2 next.
Here's a calculated gamble on the part of Felipe Alou. Wetland not used to going 3 innings, but he's in his 3rd inning of relief.
High, ball 1.
Let's take a look at the double play that ended the inning. High fastball. It's ball 4, and it's rifled right at Buechele, who goes to Grace, and Carex donates another $100 to Cubs Care for the inning-ending double play.
That evens a count, a ball and a strike. Sandberg has had 1 infield hit this afternoon, 1 out of 4. Two balls and a strike.
Chuck McElroy loosening up in the bullpen was undoubtedly, if the inning is still alive, in the 4th spot occupied by Scanlon. Jim Lefevre will go to the bench.
High pop fly in the stand. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mark Grace would be next. The Cubs have a total of 8 hits. Fouled it back. DeCenzo has 2. Grace has 2. Sandberg has 1. May has 1. Had 1. And Sanchez had 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. John Wetland, formerly with the Dodgers.
Made a very brief stop at Cincinnati in the Eric Davis deal, and then on to Montreal in a deal that sent Dave Martinez to Cincinnati.
Ball 3 outside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There are the 2 managers. Alou to your right. Lefevre to your left. 3-2. I got it. Come on out from under the counter. I'll protect you, Steve.
Got the hands of a sturgeon, Harry. I could get that one easily.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Sandberg trying to get something going. Foul back again. 3-2. You know, Ken Hill didn't walk a single man in the 8 beautiful innings he pitched. And Wetland hasn't walked anybody yet either. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Ball 4. And there's the first walk given up by the Montreal pitching staff today.
There's Mel Rojas once again, and we mentioned that Wetland might be tired, and this is 3rd inning of relief. Very rarely will a stopper be extended that far. And the fans here giving Mark Grace all the encouragement he needs.
A standing ovation by the fans. 31,528 paid. Runner at first, the winning run. Mark Grace, who's batted into 2 runs the Cubs have. First one with a single, the second with a home run in the 9th. Strike called. 0-1. Houston defeating the Giants 4-0 in the bottom of the 6th. Now there is Alou, and there is Lefevre. Line drive, but it is foul down the right field line. 0-2. He got out in front too far on a breaking ball.
Ryan Sandberg, along with Mark Grace, take a look at Chuck Cartier at third to see if Jim Lefevre has anything on with an 0-2 count.
Now ready. Foul the bat.
See Chuck look into the dugout, and he's looking at Jim Lefevre to see what he has on his mind, and then he gives the signals both to Sandberg and Grace.
0-2 the count. Mark Grace, the hitting star of this game for the Cubs. Good lead by Sandberg. Fouled it back again. Just got a piece of that one. He was aiming that one for left field. And Wallach is guarding the line over there, even though he is a left-hand pitcher. A left-hand hitter facing the right-handed pitcher. And here's Joe Kerrigan coming out.
I think he thought that pitch was a little too close, 0-2. And I think he is telling John Wetland what he'd like him to do, which is probably throw one just off the corner. Maybe he can get a very anxious Mark Grace swinging at something out of the strike zone.
Boy, that second one he hit, the one he fouled so hard in the right field corner. He really hit it right on the button. So they're still talking out there, and the plate umpire, Charlie Williams, a native of Chicago, by the way, goes on and breaks it up. To the count. We're in the bottom of the 11th. There goes a runner. There's high. There's going to be a stolen base. Sandberg steals second.
Picked a good pitch to run because it was a high curveball, and so Rhino in easily with his 11th steal of the year. And the Cubs giving Montreal a taste of their own medicine as Sandberg takes off a hanging curveball. Tough ball to throw, and Sandberg in.
All right, now a base hit could win it. The outfield playing not too deep. The inside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Be a fitting way to end this one if Mark Grace, who's been the whole offense so far, continues and drives in the winning run.
That would give him the hat trick. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A high pop foul. He's really battling him here. A quality time at bat again for Mark Grace. Watch this.
Mark Grace just trying to protect. That one was probably a little out of the strike zone, but Wetland throws so hard that you've got to start the bat.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, he fouls it hard. And the security man on the field's got his souvenir.
Mark Grace has 9 game tying runs batted in and 9 game winning runs batted in. And that's what he's done with runners in scoring position. So he's been a pretty good clutch hitter this year for the Cubs.
The winning run would be at second base. Ryan Sanders, a fine base runner. 2-2 pitch. Fouls it back again. I tell you, Wetland might be getting a little tired of throwing what he thinks is strikes that Mark Grace keeps fouling off.
Well, this has been a 10-pitch at bat for Mark Grace.
Wetland walking around the mound. Now he gets back on it.
Now they're going to walk him.
I guess Felipe Alou is seeing too many good swings.
Well, I think one thing here, he should be ready for the first one. You remember the old Johnny Bench pitch?
They're walking him intentionally to get to Andre Dawson. Well, it's a wise man who changes his mind. Grace already has driven in 2 runs, one with a single, the other one with a game-tying home run in the bottom of the 9th. Now they walk him. Discretion is the better part of valor.
And that's going to be it, because Wetland throws a riding fastball. Mel Rojas throws a good forkball and throws a lot of ground balls. That's one of the reasons why he's going to come into the game.
Now Wetland, going into the game, had a record of 2-2 at 26 saves. We'll have more for you following this announcement. Yeah, I got you. All right, Darren Reed is taking over in right field so they can flip-flop their batting order. And Mel Rojas, who's the nephew of the manager, Felipe Alou, whose son also plays left field. So he's surrounded by family.
He's got a pretty good fastball and an even better split finger. He doesn't throw it quite as hard as Ken Hill, but he gets better movement on it, so he's likely to throw some ground balls. One of the reasons why he comes into the game, and what a year he's having. Last year, Rojas threw very well for Montreal. 37 games, a 3.75 ERA, but he was just learning his craft. This year, Rojas has been close to untouchable. 3-1 record, a 1.16 ERA, and 8 saves in his 47 appearances.
Andre Dawson, nothing out of 4 today. Nothing out of 4 yesterday.
Jose
But
Vizcaino.
now is now, and 1 hit would win the ball game. Rojas. Whoa, he was going to bunt. That's a surprise.
Kind of surprised with Jose Vizcaino in the on-deck circle. Andre not noted for his sacrifice bunts.
That's the first time I've ever seen him trying to bunt.
Well, he hasn't even attempted it this year.
1 ball, no strike. He's probably a senior in high school when he tried it last. Throw back to second base. The shield wasn't even covering. Mel Rojas. He's won 3, lost 1. Has 8 saves. Can't get a save. Runners at first and second. Andre Dawson. Boy, look at the hole in right field at second base. Bouncing foul. Look where DeShields is playing. Now look what DeShields is playing. Almost right on second base. Look at the room between first and second. As the ball is thrown, DeShields starts to kind of sneak back to his left.
Felipe Alou moving around his defense, and he does it with every pitch.
Inside and high. And it's 2 balls and a strike. It's been a long and exciting afternoon. And I don't think a soul has left this ballpark. And why would they? 2-2 tie. We don't have a winner. We don't have a loser yet. But hopefully we will in a minute or so. Bouncing ball. Throws to second. Almost got a triple play. How about that? Wallach fielded the ball. Stepped on third for 1 out. Threw the second to the Shields for the second out. And almost tripled up Dawson going down the line at first.
Perfect move by Wallach. That's why he's in there. And DeShields going for the triple play. And they miss it by a step and a half.
Boy, oh boy. 5 unassisted at third. 5-4 at second. Jose Discaino batting for Scanlon. There's the throw over there. Boy, we came close to seeing a triple play. The ball was hit perfectly because Wallach guarding the line, all he had to do is feel the ball. He's already stepping on third. And then he threw to DeShields, whose throw to first base was about a foot short. There's a line drive, and that ends the inning. How about that? At the end of 11, it's still tied at 2. And Steve Stone, boy, oh boy, oh boy, that was some inning. First of all, to see Andre Dawson square around the bunt, and then to see him bounce the ball to the third baseman, almost into a triple play. And DeShields, as you saw, was practically standing on second base when the pitches were thrown to Dawson. It looked like he could have hit the ball to right field and the game's over. But Rojas, I guess, made it impossible for him to do so. Here's McElroy now, and the thing you worry about, he has a habit of walking the first man he faces. Here's Darren Fletcher. 1 strike and nothing. Fletcher's a guy who drove in their 2 runs in the 4th. That's the only scoring inning they've had.
Since then, they've only had 2 hits. So Cub pitching has been pretty tough and tight today, but the offense hasn't been able to get much done.
Strike 2 call. Scanlon in 2 innings. Fan 3. Walk 2. No runs. No hits. There's a drive. There's a base hit. Fletcher lines a long single to left center.
What a play by Dwight Smith. Wilkins wanted the ball in the outside corner with McElroy well ahead of Fletcher. McElroy threw it down the middle, and Fletcher took it the opposite way. And watch the play by Dwight Smith. Fletcher's thinking about 2 here. Dwight does a 360 and throws it right on the button to second base. Good effort.
So with a runner on at first, here's Wallach. And let's see what he does here. He's walked the last 2 times. He's 0 for 2 for the day. He tried a bunt, and he missed strike 1. Houston leading the Giants 4-3 now at the end of 6. on the count. McElroy. Top of the 12th. Fletcher, their catcher. Not fast. Way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Fletcher has not tried a stolen base this year. But Felipe Alou is not adverse to running a catcher on occasion. Gary Carter, 0 for 4 in the stolen base department, but at least he's tried him 4 times.
1-1 pitch. Way outside. Boy, sometimes when he's wild high, he's wild low. There's no pattern. Two balls and a strike.
You got to hope he doesn't try to guide this ball inside, because Buechele is playing Wallach well off the line. Anything inside he can pull.
A little bit low, ball 3. 3 balls and the strike. No activity in the bullpen. It's McElroy against the world right now. Game tied. We're in the top of the 12th. Strike 2 call, 3-2.
Wallach's not real happy with that one.
He thought it was ball 4. He was starting to walk down to first base.
I think the Cubs might have gotten a break there. Take another look at it. Pretty close, actually.
3-2. Wallach very unhappy about that call, as is obvious. There's a drive way back. Way back is Smith near the warning track, and he makes the catch. I think the wind might have helped us on that one.
No doubt, Harry. The wind is blowing to right, and normally that ball is well out on the street. But Waveland Avenue was not going to get this ball. The wind just batted it down, and Smitty was able to go back and make the catch. Wallach gets all of this. 3-2 fastball right down the middle.
And McElroy had a look that he feared the worst, too. All right, 1 out. It's an ill wind that doesn't blow somebody some good. There's the pitch low to Barbary. Oh, he's out of the ball game.
Darren Reed.
Darren Reed, who came in to play right field. Reed's. They were going to send him to the minors, and he refused to report. They kept him that night, put him in the ball game. He hit a homer. Then he hit a homer the next day, and then he hit one a couple days later. So he's still with the ball club.
They should
Darren Reed.
probably threaten to send him down again, Harry, if he can do that. He does have great power. There's no doubt about that. When he makes contact, he can hit it as far as anybody.
Swung, and he missed. Reed has had 5 homers, 10 RBIs, hitting .210.
Reed's had 13 hits this year, 7 for extra bases.
Swung, and he missed. Now he hits a lot of his balls towards right center. Right-hand hitter. Darren Reed, 26-year-old outfielder. A bit low, ball 3. A runner at first, 1 out, 3-2 the count. him out. Swinging. A foul tip that Wilkins held on to.
McElroy just threw a fastball by him. And this becomes a big out. Two best hitters against McElroy this year for the Expos. Not a factor in this one. Larry Walker, hitting .444, is out of the game. Rick Cerrone, hitting .667, is out of the league.
Tom Foley, who came in to play sharp, fouls off the first pitch. Watch his foul ball off the mask. Boom. A little bit outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chuck McElroy. A little high. Oh, Chuck. He's been behind almost every hitter. 2 balls and the strike. Swung and he missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 1 on. Game tied up 2-2 in the top of the 12th. Ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Automatic hit and run. Fletcher will start with a pitch. There he goes. Foul back into the upper deck. Again, the 2 managers. There's a looping liner, may drop, but going back, Sanchez makes the play to retire the side. 1 ahead, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 12th. All tied up at 2. At Wrigley Field, we go into the bottom of the 12th. This game is tied up 2-2. There you see Gary Carter trotting off the field. He's been warming up Rojas. He'll probably get in there as a pinch hitter before it's over. Hopefully not. Hopefully the Cubs can score a run this inning. Rick Wilkins and Steve Buechele and Ray Sanchez will be coming up. Wilkins, nothing out of 4.
Bullpen up and going for the Cubs, and looks like Jim Bullinger.
Well, they haven't turned the lights on yet. The entire field is covered by sunshine with the exception of the home plate area and the patch down the third base line. Rojas. The big play was Philippe Alou's decision after pitching. There's a drive into left center field. And Wilkins opens up with a single to left center. Boy, look at the speed of that Montreal outfield. That ball easily could have got through for more than 1 base. But Alou very fast, as is Grissom. Here's what's happened so far, in case you're just joining us. The Cubs led on Grace's single in the 3rd, 1-0. Fletcher singled with 2 out, put the Expos ahead, and then Grace hit a home run in the bottom of the 9th of John Wetland, who had just replaced Ken Hill in the 9th inning to pick up a save. Ken Hill had pitched remarkably well against the Cubs all day long.
Cianfrocco to talk to Rojas. He doesn't want to release for the bunt and have Rojas going over to first base. So they want to coordinate the move. Find out what Rojas is going to do.
Bouchel. They got to be careful with him bunting because he's not fast either. He could be doubled up. Rojas getting set. He bunts foul. 0-2. And Ray Sanchez would be next.
You see Martinez, and what Jose Martinez is talking to Wilkins about is Cianfrocco released very early. And when he does that, Wilkins has to go off the bag as far as Cianfrocco is away from the bag. He didn't do it that time. And he's telling him if he does it again, to go with it.
Now the pitch. Down the third base line. He bunts foul. The third strike, and he's out. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I thought we got that guy to hit, not bunt.
Well, if you're bunting with 2 strikes, you don't want to bunt down the third baseline. That's for a no strike or 1 strike count. You just want to get the ball in play. And Bouchel most unhappy with himself there.
Here's Sanchez, already 2 out of 4. Wilkins, the runner at first. Rojas' pitch. He's back. Two tie in the 12th. Again, he's back. One out. A little bit low inside. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out, 1 on. Bottom of the 12th. They have used Ken Hill, John Wetland, and Mel Rojas. And the Cubs have used Greg Mannix, Paul Ossenmacher, Bob Scanlon, Chuck McElroy. Foul the pitch, and the count is evened up. A ball and a strike.
Outfield very shallow and around toward right center for Ray Sanchez. All kinds of room down the line and left if Rojas gets something middle of the plate in.
Wilkins a lead. Throw over there. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Strike 2 call. Over the inside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The outfield. Bunch towards center. They're giving him both lines. More the left field line than the right field line, though. Ground ball. Out at second for 1, out at first for 2. A double play, and the 12th inning is over. And at the end of 12, it's still tied at 2. The new Cub pitcher, and Archie Cianfrocco, will be leading off against them. We're in the 13th. Will it prove lucky or unlucky for somebody?
Bullinger at 1-2. The ERA 4.45 on for the 30th time. He has walked 21 in 30 1/3 innings. And so right now, He has got to hold them right there because they're facing a very tough relief pitcher in Mel Rojas.
They have Cianfrocco, DeShields, and Grissom coming up. Let's pause for station identification.
This is WGN-TV Chicago, America's #1 sports station.
Archie Cianfrocco fanned his only time up previously. Got good power. He's had 6 home runs this year. Ground ball, left field, base hit on Bullinger's first pitch. Cianfrocco rounds first and returns. A base hit to start the 13th. And now up come their poison. The first to Shields, then Grissom, then Alou.
Buechele was guarding the line, and that ball hit to his left, and he just dove and couldn't get to it.
He bunts. Boy, he had to play at second base. Wow, he gets him at first, though. So DeShields sacrifices.
He just barely got him at first base as DeShields hustled down the line, his 8th sacrifice of the year. Lays down a pretty good bunt. Would have been a big gamble going to second. And he didn't get him by much if he got him at all. Watch it again and let's see what happens.
Yeah, he was out. Here's Jim Lefevre coming out to talk to Jim Bullinger. Grissom will be the hitter. If they walk Grissom, they've got to contend with Moises Alou. We're in the part of their lineup where they are so productive. Marquis Grissom has had 2 out of 5.
Jeff Passero now loosening in the bullpen for Montreal. Rojas inserted in the number 4 spot, so he could be a factor in this inning. He will hit after Alou, but they'll go to the bench if the inning's still live.
And they're going to walk Grissom intentionally to pitch to Moises Alou, Philippe Alou's son. Fine 26-year-old left fielder. Was walked twice today, nothing out of 3 at the plate. Tough man to double up because he's fast. He has grounded into 3 double plays. Bullinger has won 1, lost 2 for the year. Moises Alou stepping to the plate. The outfield shades him towards left field. Curveball low and away. The wind has been blowing out all day. The only home run belongs to Mark Grace. Good curveball. A ball and a strike. There's Philippe watching his son, Moises. A little bit low and away. 2 balls and the strike, 1 out. And Larry Walker would be next. Well, Rojas would be next. And they'll pinch hit, of course, for Rojas. Swung and he fouled it back.
Andre Dawson is fairly close in right field. And so anything out his way, if it's a base hit, there's going to be a play at the plate.
Spike Owen already in the on-deck circle to hit for the Rojas. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. High fly ball should be caught. Dawson's back, he has it, and the runners hold on. 2 away. And here's Spike Owen coming up to pinch hit. He's 1 out of 3 as a pinch hitter, hitting .263 for the year. 6 homers, 3 right-handed, 3 left-handed. A switch hitter. So Rojas in 2 innings allowed 2 hits, no run. Struck out 2.
2 innings, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts.
Spike Owen. His brother Dave played with the Cubs back in a few years ago.
Pitching on Rojas, 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 strikeout.
Strike call. 1 strike and nothing. 2 men are out. We're in the top of the 13th. The outfield playing shallow. Cianfrocco, the runner at second. I'm glad Grissom's got somebody on base ahead of him.
You'd rather have Cianfrocco trying to score than Grissom.
Yeah.
If Owen does come through with a base hit. But he's not quite as good a hitter from the left side as he is from the right.
1 ball, 1 strike. Foul ball outside first base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In the 8th at San Francisco, the Houston Astros are leading 4-3.
Owen, you're the worst. You are the worst.
Outfield fairly shallow for Owen. Despite the fact that he has hit 6 home runs, 3 from each side.
Into the dirt. Nice save in there by Rick Wilkins. And the runners have to hold up. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
This one bounces well out in front of home plate. And Wilkins puts his body in front of it and knocks it down. Owen doing a little coaching, telling Cianfrocco to stay right there.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Darren Fletcher, the catcher, would be next. Oh, a wild pitch. Ball 3. And now there are 2 runners in scoring position. Darren Fletcher drove in there 2 runs in the 4th.
Cubs have had a lot of these. Go back to the screen. That one off the foot of Charlie Williams.
Wild pitch.
And it's a wild pitch. Number 3 for Bullinger.
3 more. balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Big pitch. The delivery. Bouncing ball should be out of the inning. Bollinger steps on the bag to retire the side, taking the toss from Mark Gray. So, 2 men are left on base. We go into the bottom of the 13th, still tied at 2. Harry Caray back at Wrigley Field. Jeff Fasaro out of Springfield, Illinois, who's been an outstanding relief pitcher for the Expos, will take over. And the first man he'll face will be Luis Salazar, who's going to bat for Dwight Smith.
Here's a look at Jeff Passero, who pitched an inning yesterday. Gave up 2 hits, but fanned 2 and didn't give up any runs. Passero this year 4-5. The ERA 3.11, on for the 50th time. And he leads the staff in appearances.
Who's playing any other change? Who's in right? Darren Reed. Fasaro pitching.
I think it's the same all the way around.
Yeah,
Passero's
Darren
just
Reed
into
is out there.
Into the 4th spot. Reed's been in the game, and there's a young man who not worried about the outcome of this one, just wants a little dinner. And I can't blame him.
Oh, to be that age and know what I know now. Wow. Luis Salazar will lead it off. He's 3 out of 12 as a pinch hitter. Fasaro's first pitch. Strike call. Fasaro, born and raised in Springfield, Illinois, now makes his home in Indianapolis. Swung and he missed. Foul tipped. Fasaro has won 4, lost 5, saved 1. The Cubs have held the Expos without a run since the 4th. Cubs made 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 9th. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Astros picked up 2 more runs and lead 6-3 over the Giants in San Francisco in the 8th, bottom of the 8th. Swings, fouls it back. Salazar has had a tough year. He's hitting only .207. 3 homers, 17 RBI. 4 out of 16 as a pinch hitter. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Papal out of play into the stand. Well, some of the fans now have hit it for home. I noticed for the first time a lot of empty seats. People getting an early start homeward. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fouled it back, out of play. Fasaro, hard-throwing left-hander. Well, let's see. Ron Santo's boy, Jeff, the 25th man. They got a benefit show going on at 6 o'clock.
This one keeps up. He can play in this one.
Ground ball, that ought to be easy for Foley. 1 out. Salazar rolls out. Tom Foley to Cianfrocco. Here is Doug DeCenzo. 2 hits for today, 2 out of 5. Ryne Sandberg would be next. One out. Fasaro's pitch. One ball, no strikes. Cubs need a base runner. Somebody can drive in.
Preferably somebody who can run.
One ball, no strikes. And the count is evened up. Now they seem to be swinging the bats as if they're suddenly got heavier. It's been a long day, about 4 hours of baseball. Figuring that from the time the game started. One ball, one strike. Ground ball to the pitcher. He's got it. Over to first, easy out. DeCenzo tap back to Fasaro, and here is running Sandberg. With 2 out, nobody on. Two tied. The lights, I think, are going to be turned on.
Charlie Williams went over into the dugout, and I think that's probably what he mentioned. But I don't think they'd turn him on now.
Still
I think
a fresh
they'd
inning, yeah.
wait until the inning started next inning.
2-minute round. Nobody on. Fastball outside. Sandberg has had an infield hit his first time up. 1 out of 4. Ball 2. Mark Grace will be next. He drove in the first run, in the third. He hit the homer in the 9th. 2 balls, no strikes. Ball 3. Would they turn Rhino here? Would they give him the green light?
I would think so, Harry. You have a left-hander due up next.
That lamp looks a little green, doesn't it? Ball 4. He walked him. Here is Mark Grace. The Cubs have a fast runner at first. An extra base hit by Grace has a chance to score. Sandberg with a winner.
Maybe that's what Charlie Williams said. He leaned over to Jim Lefebvre and said, "Could you please turn on the lights and end this game?"
Here's Grace. And he would be amazing, Grace, if he does it again here. Or divine Grace.
Darren Reed does not have the athletic ability of Larry Walker in right field, but there's not many who do. So there is some room down the line for Mark Grace if he can get out ahead of one.
Facero bluffs the throw to first after making sure he took his foot off the rubber. 2 out. Runner at first. A little bit low. 1 ball, no strikes. Andre Dawson. Well, with runners at first and second, nobody out in the 11th. After trying to bunt on the first pitch, almost bounced into a triple play. Did hit into a double play. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out. Now, Jose Martinez whispering something to Sandberg. 1 ball, 1 strike. Throw over there. Franco, I'm sure, heard what he whispered.
You don't think it's sweet nothings in his ear, do you?
1 ball, 1 strike. I think he gave Fassara the signal to throw over there. Rhino getting a lead.
He probably whispered it in Spanish, Harry, and that's good because then Cianfrocco and Sandberg didn't understand what he said.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out. Grace digging in. The throw to first. He's back. Grace with 2 runs batted in. 1 he batted himself in with the homer in the 9th of John Wetland, which tied it. Again the throw.
He came close to throwing that one away.
A ball and a strike. There he goes. And the pitch is foul. And Rhino had a good jump off first base. I imagine these players now are getting a little tired. It's not as hot today as it was yesterday, though. 1 ball, 2 strikes. What time's the 9 o'clock news tonight, Arnie? 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Again, he fouled it off. And Fassara almost fooled him on an off-speed curveball. Mandy Cohen was a very young lady when this game started. Boy, she looks very old right now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Way outside. 2-2.
Now there's a good chance that Rhino will be going 2-2. Mark Grace hits a double. Sandberg can score.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. There he goes. The ball is hit into left field for an easy out. The wind takes it. But Alou makes the catch. And runners left. At the end of 13, we're still tied at 2. Harry Caray back at Wrigley Field. You can see how the bleachers now, so many fans have headed for home, and so is it true in the grandstand. As the game now is better than 4 hours old, there's a lot of the youngsters.
He was clean shaven when the game started.
Look at that. I never saw a guy grow so much beard within 4 hours.
That's a major beard. There's no doubt about that.
All right, let's see. Fletcher will lead it off. And if he hadn't gotten it 2 outs, 2-run single in the 4th, we would have been home a long time ago. Here's Luis Salazar now playing left field. Salazar in left. It'll yeah. Fletcher will lead it off. It'll be Fletcher, Wallach, and Reed in that order. Fletcher, who's 2 out of 5. Strike call.
Cubs have 2 position players left, Joe Girardi and Jeff Kunkel. The Expos have just Gary Carter.
Now the pitch. A little outside. That evens up a ball and a strike. They started in San Francisco at 3:30 our time. They appealed to the third base umpire, and they ruled that Fletcher went around. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So they've started the game 2 hours later than us, and they're finishing up right now. Ground ball, Sandberg to his left. He's got it over to first. 1 out. And here's Tim Wallach. Boy, he hit one hard to left field in the 12th. But the wind militated against him.
Only the 3rd ground ball that Ryne Sandberg has fielded today. The last one coming in the 6th inning. But he hasn't forgotten how to do it.
1 out. There's the strike call. The lights are on in their full glory now.
So you're getting ready for Take Me Out to the Ball Game Part 2?
0-1 the count. There's a high pop foul coming back. Wilkins can't reach it. Into the stands. Look at him scramble for the souvenir. 1 out. The Cubs have worked 11 straight scoreless innings against the Expos since they last got a run. 2 runs. Struck him out on a curveball. And Wally goes down swinging.
That's the best curveball that Jim Bullinger has thrown in some time. It buckles the knees of Wallach. He's not going to swing, but as an afterthought, he decides he better, but he's got no chance on this one. Look at the knees.
All right, 2 out is Damon Reed. He fanned his only time up. A curveball high, ball 1. Curveball inside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. We're in the 14th inning, tied up 2-2. The pitch to Reed, he fouled it. Rick Wilkins has gone all the way behind the plate. So has Darren Fletcher for the Expos.
Last night, Pittsburgh went 16 and finally beat the Mets in New York. This one's getting close.
A high pop foul. That evens the count 2-2. We're in the 14th. Dawson will lead it off in the bottom of the 14th for the Cubs. 2-2 pitch. Fouled it outside third. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Phillies are leading the Giants 6-3 in the bottom of the 9th. Two pitch. Wild one. But it won't count. Nobody is on base. But that is a wild pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. 2-2 tie. We're in the 14th. The half swings, fouls the ball off. In case you're just joining us, it doesn't take long to tell you what happened. The Cubs broke in front in the third on a 2-out single by Grace, scoring DeCenzo. And then Fletcher in the fourth. Struck him out. Reed goes down swinging. We go into the bottom of the 14th. The score all tied up 2-2. All right. There's the summary. Okay. Are you game for number 2? Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. If I ever get back home, it's root for the Cubs. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's you're out at the old ball game. You run. Here's Andre Dawson. Nothing out of 5. Nothing out of 4 yesterday. Nothing out of 9 against Montreal. He'll start things off. Jeff Fassero is on the mound. We're in the bottom of the 14th. The pitch. Swung and he missed. 1 strike and nothing. Chuck Javier playing deep on outside the rectangular lines of the coaching box. There's a strike 2 call. He wants to make sure he doesn't get hit with a foul ball.
To make sure he gets home for dinner in one piece if Andre decides to pull one down the line. Tim Wallach very deep and over toward the line at third.
0-2 the count. Ground ball. Wallach's got it over to first. Easy out. So, 1 away.
Well, how about a repeat of St. Louis, Harry?
How about that? Jim Bollinger, who the first time he saw a pitch in the major leagues, he hit it for a home run in St. Louis at Busch Memorial Stadium. 1 out, nobody on. He's hitting for himself. Facero's pitch is in there. Wilkins would be next. 2-2 tie. Swung, and boy, he had a good cut. But he missed, and it's 0-2. The outfield shallow for Bollinger. Facero's pitch, a little bit outside. The Phillies, or rather Houston, make that. Houston has defeated the Giants 6-3. 1 out, nobody on. Bouncing foul. Boy, I tell you, everybody on the field is worn out. All the players, the Cubs appeared that way in the last half inning, and now looking out at the Expos, very little life.
Imagine if this game was played yesterday, Harry. That guy's getting a short nap before dinner.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
It's been a long day in the bleachers.
Struck him out. Fouled it off, rather. Or did he miss it? Yep. He missed it. Striking out. 2 gone. And here is Wilkins. Well, the first home run, as I recall, that Wilkins ever hit in the big leagues was off a left-hander, wasn't it?
I can't even remember what happened in the third inning, let alone where his first home run came.
I sure can remember what happened in the ninth, though. 2 out, nobody on. Buechele is next. And boy, he's fanned 4 times today. Swung, and he missed the curveball. Facero, their 4th pitcher. Cubs have used 5. 1 ball, 1 strike. Houston down the Giants 6-3. 1 ball, 1 strike. Struck at the curveball and missed. 1-2.
Right now, I'm sure Rick Wilkins' legs feel real good after squatting for 14 innings.
1 ball, 2 strikes. There's a line drive coming in, making the catch is Marquis Grissom. 1, 2, 3 at the end of 14, tied at 2. Steve Stone as we go into the 15th inning.
Even your cow looks tired.
I just wonder how anybody's going to score. They look absolutely fatigued. But a base hit or 2 and things might happen. Tom Foley's going to lead it off here in the 15th. He came in to play shortstop, replacing Cordero. So it'll be Foley, then Cianfrocco, and then DeShields. So get the first 2 guys because you don't know what might happen with Delino DeShields, who has had 1 out of 4 today.
Charlie Williams was motioning out to Jerry Davis and Doug Harvey, who were meeting in the outfield, as if to say, sure, my game behind the plate, we go 15 innings. That is a long day behind the plate when you've got to concentrate for this long a time.
Tom Foley leading off. Curveball in there, a strike off. It'll be Foley, Archie Cianfrocco, and Delino DeShields. Bouncing ball. Who's going to cover first? Whoop! As Grace went over to pick the ball up, he slipped and fell, and it goes for an infield hit, and I doubt, even if he fielded the ball, whether they could have had Foley. It's a hit.
It was a heads-up play by Bullinger because when it got by him, he realized that he had to go to first base. He would have been covering, but you see the feet go out from under Mark Grace, and a scratch hit puts the go-ahead run on.
And here's Cianfrocco, who came into the game when they made a double switch. He had a hit his last time up.
Archie does not have a sacrifice this year. Let's see if Felipe Alou decides to go to one.
He's 1 out of 2 in this game. He is going to bunt. The pitch is low and outside. DeShields is next. And you know they want to get Foley in the scoring position for DeShields and Grissom. Now ready? You know, Dawson's had nothing out of 6 today. Buechele, nothing out of 5. And he's fanned 4 of the 5 times. And he'll be leading off in the bottom half of this inning. And maybe he can get hold of one. Foley, a good lead off first. Bullinger throws. The entire third base side of the infield is covered in the shadow of the stands. Strike called over the outside corner. A ball and a strike.
Archie doesn't look very comfortable in this bunt situation, so perhaps he's going to pop one up here. The Cubs would love to see that.
Now ready? And Cianfrocco looking down at Jerry Manuel, the third base coach. Runner at first.
Although Foley does not have great speed, he is 3 out of 3 in the stolen base department.
1 ball, 1 strike. He's going to bunt. He does. The only play will be to first base. It's a sacrifice. And now here is Delano DeShields. He and Marquis Grissom will have a shot at driving in the go-ahead run.
Now a choice on what to do with DeShields. And the choice is they're going to walk him and take their chances with Grissom and then Alou.
And so DeShields will be intentionally passed. Grissom has had 2 hits, 2 out of 5 today, and he's stolen 2 bases. And he's hit the ball hard 2 other times that were caught by DeCenzo. And so Grissom will be the hitter with runners at first and second. Grissom has grounded in 8 double plays, which is hard to draw a comparison to his speed and the fact that he's hit in 8 double plays. The only answer has to be he hits the ball so sharply that if it's on the ground at an infielder, they can double him up.
Well, another answer here, he plays on an artificial surface in Montreal, and the ball gets to the infielders a lot quicker. And then it's easy to double him up, unlike this high infield grass.
Runners first and second. Ooh, he had a rip, but he fortunately missed.
Bullpen up and going for Montreal once again.
The Cubs last allowed them to score. The only time they scored was in the 4th inning. Curveball outside.
Bill Sampson throwing in the bullpen.
One ball, 1 strike. Runners on first and second. There's a line drive going to be caught by Dawson. Grissom lined hard to Dawson in right. 2 gone. And here's Moises Alou. Alou has walked twice. He's nothing out of 4. He comes up with runners at first and second. They shade him a little bit towards the left field. Curveball outside.
And the only man that the Expos have left is the man in the on-deck circle right now, and that's the kid, who is somewhat older as this game moves along, Gary Carter.
1 ball, no strikes. Curveball in there, a beauty. A ball and a strike. And Lou.
Bill Stoneman, phone call, Bill Stoneman.
With the count even up at the ball and the strike. Be careful not to hang one of those curveballs. There's a long drive, going to be caught easily, and that retires the side. And a little line to DeCenzo. 2 men are left on base. We go in the bottom of the 15th. The Cubs need to run to win. Harry Caray back at Wrigley Field. We're going into the bottom of the 15th, and Steve Buechele will be facing Jeff Fassero, and Buechele is fanned 4 times today out of 5 trips to the plate. 1 time he bounced out to the third baseman. The other 4 times he went down swinging. Now he'll be facing a left-hander, Fassero. The curveball will not be going away from him. It will be coming into him. And maybe get something started that could develop into a winner for the Cubs here in the 15th.
Maybe you can get something started so that we don't have to extend our scorebooks here out a few more notches.
Well, we got room for about 17 innings.
Yes.
All right. Come on, Steve, get something going.
I'd be more than
Steve
happy to.
Buechele, that is.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Steve.
Hey, there's a line drive and safe fair foul ball. It wasn't hit that hard, but it would have dropped for maybe an extra base hit. One strike and nothing. Bottom of the 15th.
And Steve Buechele cracked his bat, so he's going for another one. He didn't have much luck with the first bat, so maybe a little more luck with this one, as the 2 youngsters would love to go to dinner and get this one over with, but they've stayed the whole way.
Well, a few hot dogs, that'll take care of them. 1 strike and nothing.
They're reaching into the auxiliary dogs now, Harry, this late in the game.
Well, they can go run over to Jimmy Murphy's and come right back again. 1 strike and nothing. A little bit low. Our sluggers will supply him with some edibles. 1 ball, 1 strike. Buechele. A little low. They appeal. He says he did not go around. Boy, Buechele just hasn't had a good swing all day.
He's been really in between here. He's taken some good pitches, swung at some bad pitches, and maybe this will be the time.
2 balls and a strike. We're in the 15th. Pulled it foul. 2-2. You saw Don Hook's fans 6 times. How about Dave King? 2 balls, 2 strikes. Buechele waiting. Fassero. The pit. Fouled it back into the stand. 2 balls, 2 strikes. You can see almost that Buechele is just trying to guide the ball, just trying to make sure he hits it. He doesn't seem to have an aggressive swing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ball 3. And here is the telling pitch, the decisive pitch. of this time at bat. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. Base hit in the left field. The Bouchel grounds a single to left. Now we can't use any pinch runners. We've used practically everybody, haven't we?
Still have Kunkel, and you still have Girardi.
Here is Sanchez, who probably might use Girardi later on as a pinch hitter.
Once again, Harry, Arnie Harris is right on the money. The National League record, 6 strikeouts. Don Hope of Chicago in 17 innings in 1956.
There's the bunt. Good sacrifice. And Sanchez advances the winning run in the scoring position. All right. And here is Luis Salazar. And let's see what they're going to do. DeCenzo would be next. Now ready? A little bit outside. Salazar pinch hit and bounced out into 13, stayed in the ball game in left field.
Sampson continues to throw in the bullpen. And the outfield straight away. Darren Reed very shallow in right. Moises Alou with a very good arm in left field.
Fouled it out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, in '89, when Luis Salazar came over from San Diego and helped the Cubs to win the division, he used to contribute a lot of important hits, and he hit a lot of balls down the right field line too, as well as for home runs in the left. 1 ball, 1 strike. Inside, ball 2. I think this is the Cubs' longest game of the year in time, and in innings also. 2 balls and a strike. Fouled it off his foot, and the count even up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Longest game in time, in extra innings, 4 hours and 21 minutes played by the Cubs. They've gone past that point now. There are the 2 managers. Lefevre to your left, Alou to your right. Lefevre chewing gum, and Alou the poppy seeds. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Struck him out. Ball out on strikes. It's all up to DeCenzo now. Lucero slipped a fastball over the inside corner, and Salazar had given up on it. Thought it would be inside. Well, DeCenzo could be the hero, could be the savior. Bounce it foul into the stand. 2 out, takes a base hit. And with the outfield playing shallow, even a hit may not necessarily end the game.
Takes a base hit in the gap or down the line. because they're shallow all the way around and pretty good arms out there.
Now ready. Strike 2 over the outside corner. 0-2. Facero out in front. Ground ball, that ought to be easy. Walling's peg in time to retire the side. So, at the end of 15, we're still tied at 2. Stone as we go into the top of the 16th inning. We would have tied the game played by the Mets and the Pirates last night.
And no sign of a run yet. Only 18 hits. And now 15 innings.
Steve, how can your pitching staff hold a team scoreless for 14 out of 15 innings and not win the ball game?
Well, you're seeing it as we see the last of the position players for the Expos, Gary Carter.
One hit. Sarah.
Gary Carter coming on, hitting .223, 1 for 7 as a pinch hitter this year. Looking out at Jim Bullinger.
The pitch to Carter, fouls it back. 1 ball, 1 strike. We're in the 16th inning. I'm going to have taken Larry Walker out of the ball game. Could you explain that one to me?
That was a flip-flop batting order.
I know, but how can you help your team by flip-flopping your best hitter?
Well, they flopped him out of the game and flipped in Darren Reed.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Gary Carter, veteran catcher.
Impressive numbers career-wise for Gary Carter against the Cubs.
Pitch outside. Carter as a pinch hitter is 1 out of 7. Hitting .223. Had 4 home runs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Struck him out. And Wilkins tosses to Grace for the out. So Bullinger struck him out, and Wilkins had to throw him out. 1 out.
Gary waited 16 innings for that at bat.
And here is Fletcher, who drove in there 2 runs in the 4th inning. That's the only inning they have scored. Curve inside. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Looking ahead to the bottom half, it'll be Sandberg, Grayson, Dawson. There's a high fly ball. Salazar should get it. 2 men gone. Fletcher flied to Salazar. And here's a guy you better worry about. Even though the wind is blowing out of the west, it cost him a homer back in the 12th inning. He's nothing out of 4 today. Darren Reed will be next. 2 out. Yeah, wait a minute, Andy. There's a pitch high. At this time of the evening, I'd rather have a cold bottle of Budweiser, for Pete's sake. 2 balls, no strike. 2 men out, nobody on. Bouncing foul outside third. Steve Buechele really guarding that third base line. We got the heart of the batting order coming up in the bottom half of the inning. 2 out, 2 balls, and a strike. There's a high fly ball, should be caught. Salazar under it. Makes the catch to retire the side. We go in the bottom of the 16th, tied at 2. At Wrigley Field, Wallach. Let's see, Gary Carter's playing first base.
Gianfranco moves to third, and Wallach is out of the game.
Wallach is out of the game. And who's pitching?
Bill Sampson.
Oh, Sampson, yeah.
Figured they'd get around to him sometime. He's 0-4. 3.13 ERA, on for the 43rd time. 60 in the third innings, giving up 4 home runs. He's walked 27, only fanned 23. And there's a look at Archie Gianfranco, who's moved to third base.
So Sampson, born in Lincoln, Illinois, now lives in Havana, Illinois. And he's been doing excellent work for the Expos. Last year he had a record of 9-5.
Bullpen up and going once again for the Cubs.
Everybody trying to stir the Cubs to a rally. Here is Ryan Sandberg. He has walked twice. 1 out of 4. Leading it off here, Sampson. Pitches high. Salmon relieved 1/3 of an inning yesterday.
Jeff Robinson throwing in the bullpen. He started yesterday.
There's a strike call. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, he started yesterday. Maybe he'll finish today.
Possibility. He only went 2+ innings. There's Dennis Martinez looking on. He is not a candidate to pitch today, unless it goes about 25.
1-1 pitch by Bill Sampson. Ryan Sandberg leading it off. Mark Grace is next. Checked his swing. Ball 2. The Cubs have had 10 hits. The Expos have had only 8. High foul ball. I got it. I got it. I got it. Right in front of the booth. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I guess a lot of people's dinner plans have been changed tonight. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ball 3. 3-2. Sandberg hitting .295, but he's lost the team leadership in RBIs to Grace, who now has 58. Popped it up. Nice play by Fletcher. Sandberg fouls to Fletcher.
This is a very good play by Darren Fletcher, who stays with it. The wind is dragging it away from him, and he keeps his concentration and makes the play.
You know, usually Sandberg seems to swing down on the pitch. Last couple of times, it looks like he's uppercutting.
He's hit everything in the air today, Harry. He's flied out twice, popped up twice, and got the infield hit many hours ago in the first inning.
Now the pitch. High pop out, back out of play into the stand. Grace was accounted for the 2 runs. Singled in a run to third, homered in the 9th. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's like twilight here. I don't know that the lights are doing as much good as they would later on.
You might get a chance to see him.
Line drive foul.
There's a good hat shot. Kind of a tire you'd expect in the 16th inning.
Boy, Arnie, you really had to reach for that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mark Grace. Dawson would be next. Outside. 2-2. Grace is 2 out of 5. 1 run scored, 2 runs batted in. High fly ball, easy out. Darren Reed. Now Grissom. Reed, who catches the ball? Grissom caught it. 2 out.
Keith probably said, I've been in here longer than you, so I'll just take it.
Dawson coming up for the 7th time in this game. He's 0 for 6. And he's 0 for 10 in the last 2 games against Montreal. Strike off.
Well, it can only be one thing on Dawson's mind here, and that's swing as hard as he can and hit it out of the park. Joe Girardi in the on-deck circle.
Low outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Two men away. Sampson's pitch. A little high. Ball 2. The Cubs have had 10 hits in 16 innings. Montreal has had 8 hits in 16 innings. Whoop, almost hit him. Ball 3. Joe Girardi would be next.
That would bring Jeff Robinson into the game if the Cubs don't end it here.
Robinson's had a tough time against his Montreal ball club. Ball 4. So it's 2 out. Dawson has walked. And here is Joe Girardi batting for the first time. Girardi hitting .284, 1 homer, 10 RBIs. He's 2 out of 5 as the pinch hitter. Wilkins would be next.
Pretty good job by Jim Bollinger.
Let's throw to first, runner back.
59 on Bollinger. 4 innings, 2 hits, 2 walks, both intentional, 3 strikeouts, 1 wild pitch. Repeat.
Fine outing by Jim Bullinger. Maybe that might qualify him for the starting rotation.
4 solid innings.
Yeah.
Gave up 2 hits, walked 2 intentionally, and fanned 3.
Girardi trying to get hold of one. There goes Dodson. A high pop foul coming back. And it's going to be caught. No, they fumbled the ball.
Well,
Fletcher almost deflected it to Sampson. And then the ball dropped to the ground.
there's a chance for 3 different people to catch this ball, and none of them do. It's off Sampson. It's off Fletcher. And it goes as an error on Fletcher.
I know we'd get even for his 4th inning 2-run single. They gave him an error.
That's his first error of the year, and off Sampson, and Fletcher almost had another shot at it.
You know, if Fletcher had caught it with that last grasp, the play would have been ruled 2-1-2. Right back to the pitcher, Sampson. And we go into the 17th inning, still tied at 2. Harry Caray back in the ballpark, and Jeff Robinson will take over. Robinson, in each of his last 2 starts, one in Montreal, the other one here last night, has had trouble with the Montreal Ball Club.
This is the longest game the Cubs have played, both by inning and time, since August 6th of 1989 at Pittsburgh. That day they went 18 innings against the Pirates and lost that game 5-4 in 5 hours and 42 minutes.
Well, we're at the 5-hour mark right now.
But it's going by fairly quickly, Harry.
Darren Reed's going to lead off. Yesterday, Jeff Robinson lasted 2 innings. He allowed 6 hits, 4 runs, walked 2, didn't fan anybody. Curveball in there, a strike call. There's a base hit. Robinson was the loser yesterday. And Reed starts things off with a single to right.
Let's see if Tom Foley is going to bunt him over. Buechele in close at third. Reed has not had a stolen base attempt this year. Well, he's going to try to bunt him over, and they're charging hard at the corners.
Reed on at first base with a single to right. Foley. He bunts. Foul. That evens the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cianfrocco is after Foley. And then Delano DeShields. There's Foley hitting only 179. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jeff Robinson. Buechele playing very shallow. Foley looking a long time at Jerry Manuel, the third base coach. He tried to bunt and he missed. And now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That was a good split finger by Jeff Robinson. Foley couldn't hold up his bunt.
And so often the guy fails to sacrifice, forced to hit away, sometimes he hurts you. Let's hope it doesn't happen this time. He's going to bunt, and he bunts foul, and he strikes out. All right. I don't know what's going on in baseball. Everybody bunting with 2 strikes.
And nobody very successful at it.
You're now seeing Franco. Seeing Franco is 1 out of 2 he sacrificed in the 15th. Throw the first runner back. One man out. A little bit inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
In case you were wondering, the longest game in the majors this season is 19 games.
The night games will be getting underway in a moment.
Boston at Cleveland on April 11th. It went 6 hours, 30 minutes. The Red Sox won 7-5.
Swung and he missed.
Longest game in the major leagues this year went 19 innings and 6 hours and 30 minutes. Boston at Cleveland.
I remembered well.
Well, this is knocking at the door.
Reed, the runner at first. Reed hasn't had a stolen base this year. 1 out, 1 on. Pitch out. 2 balls and the strike. Now they're going to hit and run. This is a more likely spot. Cian Frocco. C-I-A-M-F-R-O-C-C-O. A nice Irish name. 2 balls and a strike. I wonder how many of you have been with us all through this game. Bouncing ball. Sanchez throws. Out on a close play. Boy, he almost picked the right spot to hit that ball through. Sanchez had to come to a quick stop, retrace his steps, field, and just barely throw him out.
Franco moves well for a big man. You can see the redirection on the part of Sanchez, and he gets it over there in time. Now Jim Lefebvre coming out. I assume that they're going to walk DeShields again. No reason not to. They walked him in the 15th. Then they retired Grissom and Alou. With a right-hander and a right-hander, Robinson and Grissom, you got to figure that they're going to put Delino DeShields on, but I don't know what all the conversation would be about.
Well, last night, all Grissom did was get 2 out of 2 against Robinson. There's nobody in the bullpen. That's not a player. That's that ball girl down there. They can't use her to relieve. So here's DeShields. Oh, there it is. There's no doubt about it. How kind of world?
I can't believe they pitched to him. I don't care. I don't care what Grissom did last night. You've got to go right-hander against right-hander. Pitching to Delino DeShields in that situation just makes very little sense.
And so the Expos now have taken the lead. And within 24 hours, Jeff Robinson has a chance to be a 2-time loser against Montreal.
RBI number 48.
Even when they shatter the bats, they hit line drives. So it's 3-2, and here comes Grissom. There's the peg. He's out trying to steal. The inning is over, but Montreal, on 2 hits, has scored a run. They've taken the lead 3-2. Well, the Expos have taken the lead with the lead run in scoring position, 2 out. Delano DeShields busted his bat, but lined a single in the right center to put him ahead 3-2. And so Sampson has a chance at his first victory of the year. His record is 0-4 as of right now.
Wilkins, Buechele, and Sanchez against Bill Sampson as the Cubs try to get a run and extend this game, or get to and end it.
Here's Wilkins. Sampson leading 3-2 in the bottom of the 17th. He bunts. It may stay fair. He may beat it out. Save! He did beat it out. How about that? He caught Cianfrocco playing deep, and Wilkins laid down a beautiful bunt and beat it out.
Good play by Cianfrocco, and a great idea by Wilkins. He bunts it fairly hard, but he knows if he gets it in play, it's going to be a tough play. Cianfrocco with the off-balance throw, and Wilkins ties the throw and gets the benefit of the doubt from Jerry Davis. So the tying run at first base.
And here now will be Steve Buechele, who singled in the 15th. After fanning 4 times out of his first 5 times at bat. And so, let's see how the Cubs play it. They're going to bunt. Wilkins with the tying run at first base. Boy, come on, let's look where that infield is. Cianfrocco's charging Buechele. Strike 2.
Well, Buechele already tried this once today, Harry, and struck out trying to bunt 3 straight times. Now let him hit away.
If you can't bunt, why bunt with him? 0-2 in the count. St. Louis and Philadelphia apparently been delayed by rain. Buechele. Double play, ground ball. Out at second, out at first. 6-4-3. Here's Sanchez. And the Expos are 1 out away from a 17-inning victory. Now ready? Ground ball to short. This ought to do it. And Foley throws him out. And the game is over. And in 17 innings, Montreal wins the ball game 3-2. We'll be back in a moment. He shattered his bat, but drove in the winning run, and that's the Budweiser play of the day. The program producer director of Cubs baseball, is Arnie Harris. The coordinating producer is Bill Borson. Our associate producer, Joe Cornell. Our next telecast on Channel 9 will be between the Expos and the Cubs tomorrow afternoon. Our telecast begins with a leadoff man at 1 o'clock. Sampson the winner 1-4, Robinson loser 2-2. Final score 3-2. Expos, Harry Caray from Wrigley Field. So long, everybody.
Chicago Cubs baseball on Channel 9. The Cubs have been brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers, who reminds you friends know when to say when. By True Value. Got a tough job to do? You can do it with True Value hardware stores. Pepsi-Cola. Gotta have it. And by your local 76 dealers, who invite you to go with the spirit of 76.